Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm just trying to uh, edit the stream title because Steven, the Mach engine guy, told me that if you put a bolt in it, it's going to be. Oh, hello. That's him. If you put a bolt in the title, it's going to be promoted. So I'm trying to edit now. I don't know if it's going to work if I do it live while the stream is going, or I need to restart the stream. I have no idea. And also my coffee is being made, so a little delay. Okay, let's see. Edit stream info. Okay, the stream info has been updated. Hopefully that works. When are you going to play Deus Ex? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I could restart it. I've even forgotten where I've stopped. I think I passed Hong Kong, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, the coffee is boiling. Oh, I just got a mail from Unity Technologies. Hello. Important updates to the Unity runtime fee policy. Oh my god, it happened. Perfect. Perfect timing for discussing it on the stream. Okay, just give me a minute. Get the coffee. Okay. Here we go. Let me open the Unity. Hello, open letter in our blog. Let's see. So, coffee. Okay. By the way, I'm still on my temporary computer, so I'm sorry for the setup. The setup is just like VS Code and Zig, that's all. And OBS. So the bare bones necessary. And I've just left all the defaults. Okay, let me begin. So, hello. Oh, I should probably put on the audio, although I don't think we're gonna have any audio. Yeah, so here we go. I am using Edge. I mean, I just, didn't want to install new stuff. Yeah, let me also... That's all the best kind of setup. Yeah. Let me get the chat on phone so that I can... Okay, there it is. Perfect. I can't watch for Windows or Edge. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. An open letter to our community. So what's the... Let's jump to the point. I want to start with this. I'm sorry. Who is writing this? Is it... Oh, it's Mark Whitten. It's not the CEO. We should have spoken with more of you. Okay, our goal, policy, ensure, blah, blah, blah. You're what makes Unity great, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right. Our personal plan will remain free and there will be no runtime fee for games built on Unity Personal. Okay. The CEO isn't sorry. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wonder, I wonder what's going on with him. So with Unity Personal, okay, but they've removed, like, Unity Plus doesn't exist anymore. Basically, for people who don't know, the difference between Unity Personal and Unity Plus was that Unity Plus doesn't have the Unity powered by Unity splash image, basically. That's the difference. And I was actually subscribed to Unity Plus for a long time. Okay, so yeah, Unity Personal will be increasing the cap from 100,000 to 200,000. This is like they're buying our trust now. Like, oh, and we will remove the requirement to use the made with Unity splash screen. Oh, look at that. So the Unity Personal is now... Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Okay, they didn't buy me with 200,000, but they bought me with not having to do the splashing. Cool. Then I don't need to think about subscribing. No game with less than 1 million in trailing 12-month review will be subject to fee. Okay. So there is actually a thing, even with Unity Personal, that are going to track somehow. For those creators on Unity Pro and Unity Enterprise, we're also making changes based on your feedback. Okay, runtime fee policy will only apply beginning with the next LTS version of Unity shipping in 2024. Okay, that's good. At least that's something, like, because they just said in the original thing, they said, effective immediately, and they even changed the terms of service retroactively. We'll make sure that you can stay in the terms applicable for the version of Unity. Yes. Okay, that's good, because that's what they said in the original TOS change. They said that they're not going to ever change retroactively. So whatever goes with your version, that's the version of TOS. But okay, they removed that, and now they're going back to the original. Okay, that's good. I'm giving you a choice of either a 2.5 revenue share. Both of these numbers are self-reported from data you already have available. Okay, so like you're supposed to self-report. We want to continue to build the best engine for creators. We truly love the industry. Okay. Live fireside chat today at 4 p.m. Okay, so I don't know, Pacific time. I'll do my... Okay. Is it already happening? Oh, it's happening in 104 minutes. Okay, well, that's... Unity shareholders... hello, Christoph. Unity shareholders are freaking out, so their leadership needs to show something. But problem is, they already showed their hand, so... Yeah. I don't know. I've seen that the market shares went up with the announcement of the runtime fee, which is like, yeah, bad for users but good for stockholders. Anyway, yeah, let's go back to Zig. Okay, um, so this is my fourth Zig stream. And in the first three streams, I've actually done some, I was showing off some Zig features, some cool things. And I told my friend, by the way, today that he was asking me, are you working um, on Shakedown maps? And I said, well, no, I'm doing Zig now. I'm doing Zig streams now. And he didn't know what Zig is, and so he asked me like, "What's the Zig killer feature?" That's what he asked me. Like give me an elevator pitch. And I realized that it's it doesn't really have one big elevator, like one big killer feature. But it has like a lot small killer features. And yeah, and I think all of the things that. Yeah, that's what I told him. Like, yeah. But yeah, this is what I was actually showing. So like, compile time basically with any type, with inline 4, with comp time types, basically generics, having packed structs and bools that are packed into bits, and then doing automatic flag setting by the compiler. Arbitrary size ints. Then I did something with like captures and multi-element for loops, or multi-object for loops, as they're called, I think, which are the new thing in 0.11. Optionals, pointers, and of course optional pointers, interfacing with C, errors, allocators. I said there's no constructors and destructors, but you can defer the init things. Then I went over a few allocators, fixed buffer, general purpose, and yeah, I said that there are no operator overloads, but there are vectors. They're built-in vectors that you can do math with, which is really cool. Anyway, part of VS Code plugin. Yes, they are part of a VS Code plugin. So it's called To Do Plus. Yeah, so. To Do Plus, yeah, there it is. And the cool thing, yeah, there it is, this one. The cool thing is that you can, you press Alt D to like make something checked, like done or not done, and then you can also Alt C to make it cancelled. And also when you're writing down stuff, like you say, I need to do this. It's kind of like by default it's a comment, which is a bit weird. But yeah, if you say Alt D, if you do Alt Enter, it turns it into a to-do thing, and then you can do it or cancel it. There's even Alt S started. I think it's a new thing. I noticed it yesterday because I accidentally pressed it. And also there is a Control Shift A, I think. Yeah, where you can archive everything. So this will automatically put all the done things into an archive at the bottom, which is pretty cool. Except that I don't want to use that here, but yeah, it's nice. Yeah, and that's basically it. That's all it can do. It just has little, nice syntax highlighting and these few keys that you can use, which is pretty cool. Okay, so before today's stream, oh yeah, by the way, I want to a little promotion of Shakedown, and I am going to show it, I guess, as well. So Shakedown Rally, that's my game that I made in a custom engine in C++. And so this custom engine, it's not open source yet, just because the game and the engine are in the same folder. Basically, it's all in the same file. It's all in the same repository, and I'm just too lazy to put it in 2 different repositories and then open source the engine. But yes, I do want to open source the engine at some point. And it's like a simple, let's say relatively simple OpenGL engine. I don't have any advanced shaders. It's pretty like lo-fi. Everything is built with Blender here that you can see. And yeah, and you can even mod it. You can make your own cars. I've seen somebody today make some like really cool car. Yeah, there are some mods that people have tried to make, but yeah, it is still a work in progress. So yeah. Oh yeah, this is like an attempt of people making just rescaling rescaling the wheels, putting jet. Yeah, this is such an amazing one. Yeah, this was the first one that was like a complete mod. Looks so beautiful. Look at that, such amazing pixel art. Yeah, this is based on a real one, and I didn't know it. I think it's from New Zealand, which is pretty cool. Oh, and here's the texture, which is so nice. Yeah, and you can download it, install. Although this was before I made it modding friendly, so I think the way this one worked was by, yeah, this was just replacing the Spec 17 model, because I was just loading a GLTF. There was the name of the file was actually hard coded, but now it's not anymore. Actually, I'm not logged in here, right? I can't even play my game. I don't have my game. I have a demo here, but I don't have. Okay, let me actually log in. And I've seen that there were more questions. I am going to answer them. Okay. Damn it. Wait, I have a problem. I can't log in. Am I even on this mail? I am on this mail. Okay. User name. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, well, during this, while I'm trying to log in, will you be posting yesterday's and today's stream on YouTube? Yes, I will. Well, maybe tonight after I finish the stream. No, that's it. That's all the things. Okay, let me find it. Oh wow. Okay. I managed to log in, but itch.io is concerned about attempting to log in from a new device. Okay, so I need to just copy the code. Okay, there it is. Okay, what did I... Oh yes, let's go, let me download game. Okay. Wait, I can't download my own game from itch. This is funny. How do I get access to my game, like from my own account? I can't even do that. It's forcing me to buy my own game, which is funny. Yeah, there is no way to like download. Ah, there it is. Okay, I found it. It was like a ... menu while I was editing. Okay. So, shake down Windows. Let me remove the... Okay. When we were going for a beer in Belgrade. We could, yes, I don't know. I'm quite busy. Okay, so there it is. This is the game. And let me oh, it's super scary. Okay. So yes, if you start the game normally, you will be able to like enter the game like this. It's probably too loud. I'm sorry. So yeah, you can drive around. And one hidden thing, yeah, but let me show you Finland, because Finland is actually better. I can't reload different tracks so far, but if you run the Finland bat file, then it will start Finland, which is much nicer and more representative to what I'm imagining the game to be. And this is, by the way, only available in the. Oh, great. This is only available in the paid version, by the way, right now. Okay, so yes, you can drive around, race, and then if you press a tilde, you get this nice engine debugger. And so you can see how the engine works. I have a bunch of assets that I load when the game starts. So there are meshes, that's all the names of the meshes. I load them from a GLTF. And yeah, I can even, wait. Oh, this is the bounds. Yes, can I change the, oh, I can change the bounds. Okay, I completely forgot that I'm actually pointing into them directly. You can inspect the materials. You know, for example, here is some barn material that uses one uniform as a texture and another for a blob. This is the shadow blob of the car, which is actually being painted on all the objects. Here's the shadow blob, as you can see it. And yeah, one more thing that I did in the game recently was I added a replay. So when you're driving around, oh, the auto shifter is not that great. You have to shift down from time to time. Oh, the grass makes you a lot slower. Okay. Okay, and then if you press escape, you're given a few options. You can restart, you can replay, you can quit. And by the way, until I made this in-game menu, you couldn't even quit the game. You had to use Alt F4. Of course, why would you even have a quit menu? But yeah, now there is a replay, and you can actually just loop through your gameplay. Here I was just showing those menus, so nothing happened. But yeah, if I go back to this, you can show a little bit of nice, and then you can of course go into a different camera, like this one. Watch your car go by. You can fly around. Let's see this. Nice. Cool. Of course, I was planning to make the trackside cameras as well, but they're not there yet. There is even like a helicopter camera, which is kind of like this. Shows you from the distance. Yeah, but anyway, talking of how the engine works, right? I load different materials, and I have shaders as well. I have a car shader and emissive shader, which is used for headlights. Oh yeah, by the way, there are headlights. And fun fact, the headlights are not... Oh, I just restarted the... fun fact, the headlights are actually not part of the replay. So they're not how do you say? The on and off state is not recorded into the replay. So I can actually just watch the replay and turn it off and on as I wish. As you can see, it's hard to see because it's actually daylight, but you can see that they're being lit. Also, the particles are being lit because I'm also passing the same position of the rear lights into the shader. And yeah, you can even see, you can inspect the uniforms. I'm passing the 3 matrices and the texture, and for each of these, yeah, for example, for the particle. There is a lot more uniforms. There are car lights, the information about the positions, the car matrix for the blob, fog parameters, yeah, a lot more things. And there are materials. There are of course textures. Here you go. Yeah, this is some house texture. This actually is a huge texture, the house one. Oh, this is the sign. The red, how do you say, the facade of the buildings and stuff like that. Can you talk about the screen space effect at all? It looks like some sort of noise. Oh yeah, there is a little bit of a screen space. It's just it's super simple. Wait, it's not. Yeah, it's actually just a reduction. So basically, I'm just rendering to a frame buffer. Which is, okay, give me a moment to just reduce the audio a bit. Okay, so yeah, the frame buffer is actually just being drawn 4 times smaller, and then I'm stretching it over the screen. So it's like, that's the sort of like a pixelated effect that I have. If I turn off the frame buffer, you can see that it's buttery smooth, but yeah. Then now I'm like drawing directly to the screen without any post-processing. Yeah, so like it's just like it makes it. Yeah, I don't know. It looks really nice when it's smooth as well. But also it's nice when it's pixelated. So, and then there is also a little bit of color crunching. I am just like rounding off the colors a bit. And you can see this when it's like super dark. Let me just change the scene uniform so I can change the fog color to make it dark and basically the ambient color. So there you go. Here now we have nighttime, and yeah, especially in the nighttime, you can see how. Yeah, here you can see the bending because of this color crunching that I do. Basically just rounding off the fragment color. And yeah, and then if I remove the frame buffer, you can see that it's super smooth now. But yeah, it adds a little bit of like a PS1 look to it. I'm jealous, this looks so fun. Yeah, well, I'm like thank you, and well, I'm jealous of your, you know, you're making a whole engine to beat Unity. Yes. Jealous of your knowledge of like low-level stuff. Okay, so anyway, yeah, and then what else is there to show? Oh yeah, well, these are the assets, but the scene is actually full of different, right? All the objects loaded in the scene are just in an array here. Well, it's a vector. It's a C++ vector. It's not an array. But the thing is that all of these, like, I have positions of everything, so you can actually change the position at runtime. But this, I'm pretty much just using this for debugging. So let me get back to the. Let me turn off. Yeah, let's go back to daylight. Okay, so let's see. What am I editing here? By the way, I can also push the fog a bit because the fog is. Yeah, you can see the track. The whole world is just one road made in Blender with geometry nodes. So yeah, and I even have this. There is like a tree wall, which doesn't look that great, but it's on the outside so that you don't see the gap, so that you don't see the white. There it is. You don't see the white void outside. But basically, that's just it. Yeah, what else did I want to show? I don't know. That's like, I'm just saying that the engine is pretty simple, right? It loads meshes, it loads shaders, textures, materials, and then I populate the scene, and then the scene has. Oh yeah, also there is like a render bool. I can just yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. This thing is this this object, right? The track, the ground, let's call it, and then I can just move it. You know, I could make a little gizmo to move it in the viewport, but I don't really need it because I'm not using my engine as this is not really an editor. This is just more like a debugger of like, oh, what is wrong? What is the problem? And oh yeah, by the way, recently I added. It's not here, but recently I added a wireframe mode, which I had no idea that OpenGL just has like a little hint that you can put like, oh yeah, render everything in wireframe, and then remove, you know, and suddenly it renders everything in wireframe. I didn't know that. Oh yeah, these are all the bounds, the mesh bounds. Oh yeah, you can actually debug physics because this is using Bullet, and these are all mesh colliders, and you can see that the trees use like very simplified geometry. It's just like a 3-sided prism, but it's all a mesh collider. Okay, and what else? Yeah, that's kind of pretty much it. And yeah, I do have this like tire, because I'm using a tire function. This is where I can edit my tire parameters, make it more grippy and stuff like that. And that's pretty much it. And then I have a lot of debugging of the shakedown of the game. So this is like the engine stuff, and this is the game stuff. Car parameters, I can edit all the car parameters. You know, I can see all the surface parameters, you know, for tarmac, grass, whatever. And then oh, sun rays, yes. The way I do shadowing, there's no actual shadow in the game. Like, I mean, the shadow, like usually in games you would implement shadows with shadow maps, right? You're like casting the shadows. You're basically re-rendering the world from sun point of view, and then you have this like the distance through to the texture, to this depth texture is basically your shadow, right? It's shadowed or not. Well, I decided to not do any of that. Instead, I'm just simply raycasting into the sky. These are raycasts, and then depending on how many raycasts hit the sky, then I just shadow it or not. And you can actually see this much better in the other in Monty, because there are some mountains and some tunnels. Because here I've baked, by the way, this the dark patches that you can see in the world, those are baked in Blender. But when it comes to dynamic shadows, yeah, as you can see here, if I go under the bridge, it turns dark, and it turns dark because the raycasts just hit the the bridge. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's my like very simple way how to implement shadows without any shadow maps. Do you plan to port this to Zig? Well, let's see. Let's see where I end up. Okay, so I showed a little bit of the engine, and yeah. So for the beginning, I want to say that before stream, well, I forgot to say show off shakedown. So, oh shit, whoops, I totally forgot to actually share it on Twitter. To share the link to the stream. Live on stream now. There it is. Okay, I totally forgot about it. Yeah, so yeah, showed off shakedown, done. I just added an entry and then made it done, like, yeah, like a pro. Okay, so I want to say that before the stream, I tried using a Zig package manager. So in my previous days, I didn't show it off, but I tried to use it, and I found out that the ZLS, the Zig language server, did not actually catch my packages. And so I was like, oh no, it doesn't work. ZLS doesn't recognize packages. And I was about to say, oh, then I can't work on the engine because that's going to make me so slow, right? Like going through the code and yeah, I'm just too addicted to autocomplete IntelliSense kind of stuff. But yeah, then the thing is that I found out the ZLS actually supports it, but I had to compile it myself, and I was actually quite like amazed. The reason why I'm actually even mentioning this is just that, like, okay, how do you build ZLS, right? Because I wanted to use it. I wanted to make a new version and integrate it. And yeah, I just cloned ZLS and I said Zig build, and that was it. Like, you know, I just went into clone ZLS, open it in terminal, and Zig build, and that's it. And it just worked, you know. And yeah, well, it's already built, so that's why it's not doing anything. And then I got a Zig out, I got a bin, and there it is. There is the ZLS, and then I just pointed my VS Code to point into the yeah. If you go to the settings, you can set up the path over here. ZLS path. This was my previous one. Right, it was in the it was provided by VS Code. So yeah, that was the problem, because the ZLS I had was actually part of the extension, and that one can't look into the packages and, you know, provide the autocomplete for them. So then I made it the path. I reopened my project with the package, and voila, it actually worked. So I was like, oh my god, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Okay, but let's start. Let's start showing this by. So, what do I actually want to do? Well, I want first to try to just a little bit, because I didn't talk about packages at all before. I want to show how you can do some package management, put packages yourself. And I'm going to use Mach GLFW to just create a little window. And we're not going to draw anything yet, but just kind of to show you how you can super easily integrate, have packages in your projects. So I'm gonna just make a new, like, I don't know, GLFW test folder. I open it in terminal, I can just say zig, zog init exe, and it has created the build file and the source. So if you open this in code, here we go. We have a build file which with all of these comments. Well, I usually just delete all the comments immediately, but it doesn't really matter because I'm going to quickly I'm gonna move to a different project later. I'm just saying it. I'm just like doing this to show off the package manager. And the thing is that to be able to use other dependencies, you create a new file which is like a build zig.zon, and obviously VS Code doesn't have an icon yet for it, but hopefully it will use a z. It will use the Z. By the way, I think that the Z logo is a little bit too orange, right? I think the Zig logo is actually yellow, but maybe it's because they have a different languages they have that use yellow, so they're like, okay, we don't want to mix different colors. So in ZigZon, what you do is you basically just put a tuple, the anonymous tuple, the anonymous struct, and you add a few lines, right? And there's actually in the MathGLFW, there is actually documentation which tells you how to do that. What is MathGLFW, by the way? Well, it is made by Steven here. I don't know if he's still here. But it is so it's basically like zigified GLFW, and what is cool about it is that you get this it's not like because GLFW is just C, so every time you need to call this like GLFW window get key thing, right? But instead it's made into namespaced functions, basically. You know, they're inside a window now, and you can get key, and yeah, it's much more, as it says here, instead of calling c.glfw get key, you do with a window, you provide a window here. Instead, you just do window get key, which is much easier. And also it provides the autocomplete now with the updated ZLS. You just say window dot and you get all the options. Super easy. Like, you don't need to read the GLFW documentation. Okay, so anyway, what was I saying? Oh, what is this? OpenGL. I didn't even click on this one. ZGL open bindings. Okay, I guess this is but this is not using a ZigZon. I'm not sure what this is. Is the MathGLFW listening in? Yeah. Hope everything still works. Yeah, it does. So I already tested this before the stream, by the way. So it works. But there are a few, although there are a few problems in this OpenGL example, but I managed to fix them. So I'll just show it how to. So okay. When it comes to this, basically what you do is in build ZigZon you add a dependency like this. But it's actually, I think, I am a bit confused. I'm not sure. Is there a command? Is there a zig command to create a ZigZon? Because that would be really nice. Because every time I need to look into some other project and like, what is the... I think there is like a dot name. There's a dot name, if I remember correctly. And then you say, I don't know, my GLFW test. And then there is probably a zig version, I think. Which is like, I don't know. I don't know if it's a number or a string. Something like this. And then there is dependencies, if I remember correctly. Dependencies. And then this is another tuple. And then you put this. If I remember correctly. Not yet. The Zig package manager is very new, so there's a lot of paper cuts. Mach is an early adopter of it. Yeah. Build zig zone only needs to exist if you have dependencies. So a lot of packages won't have it, even though they can be used by the package. Yeah, I noticed the same thing. I noticed that you can actually include any link basically, and it doesn't need to have a zig zone, which is I really like this idea because it doesn't require you to have the zig zone file. Okay, but yeah. So if we do this, I didn't put a comma, so that's why the automatic formatter is, what is this? It's expected response status. What? Expected response status, 200 OK, got 404 not found. Is this a ZLS problem? Maybe it is. Interesting. Okay, maybe ZLS crashed. Did it? No, I don't think it did. It's still there. It's still there. Not ZLS. Yeah, this is something weird. Anyway, but I think wait. I think VS Code is trying to hover preview the link. Maybe. Oh yeah, because maybe because it's like yeah, I don't know. But it should probably preview if it was a local one and not like an HTTPS. I don't know. But anyway, yes, we should go to the latest commit. So, GLFW, this is the latest commit, right? It's this one. And then just replace that with this. And there we go. But yeah, like, I mean, I do like Rust Cargo. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It's much easier to like just say I want this thing and I want the latest version, and you know, fetching a link, looking for a link like this, it's a bit annoying. But that's why I'm hoping that there's going to be some kind of more automated tools. But I mean, you add dependencies once in a lifetime anyway, so it's not that much of an issue. Okay, and then there is a hash, but the hash needs to be added. So let's do a build. Zig build, and let's see what happens. Fetching packagers. There it is. So it was fetching a MacGLFW, and it says URL field is missing corresponding hash field. Yes. So it needs a hash field, and the expected hash is this. So what this is the hash of the entire code, which makes sure that even if you have like a slightly different, you know, you might have a different links, but you still have the same hash. That's crazy though. Yeah, this whole process will get a lot nicer in the future. These are the rough paper cut parts. Yeah. Okay, so we add a hash, and now it should magically build. There it is. We have a out, and let's do a run. Zig build run. All your code bases belong to us. Okay, so well, yes, we're not actually including it yet, right? We have to do a little bit more things. It says add the following to your build zig below your const exit line, right? So I'm just gonna copy this, and yeah, what it does is it basically just adds the package, adds it as a dependency, and you have a MacGLFW. And of course you pass the same target and optimize values into it. And finally you link it. So now what you can do is you can go into your main exit and use it, right? That's basically it. Okay, let's see. Building GLFW joystick. The CPU is, the cooler is spinning. Okay, and that's it. Everything happened fine. Okay, so let's go to our main, and what we can do now is we can just do glfw equals import Mach glfw, and that, yeah, and there it is. ZLS understands the import, which is pretty cool. And now if I go here and I say, yeah, let me actually remove everything. I don't need this test as well. And then I can say glfw. There it is. Here you go. Here is everything the glfw does. And this is what I didn't have in the original ZLS. So yeah, it gives you all the goodies. And of course, let's do a create window. Or no, wait, how does, I have to remember. Window, create, there it is. Yeah, because it's like a zigified. So instead of glfw create window, you just do this. And I don't know, let's do 800 by 600. And we can pass it a title. My first glfw window. For the monitor, we're gonna do a null because I think it is an optional. There it is, it's an optional, and the share is an optional as well. Beautiful. This is why I love. I know that OpenGL has so many like pointers in it, and sometimes the pointer exists only because, like, oh yeah, you can actually pass a null. If you do a null, then and what was that? What was the last thing? It was hints. Window hints, right? So, where do I get the hints? Init hints. Is it here? No, wait. glfw window hints. There it is. Hints. But I think that you can do the same thing with just saying dot. No, you don't. Okay. I'm not sure if, like, it's sometimes it will infer your enums, sometimes not. I'm not exactly sure why. So I think it is the OpenGL. Yeah. Dot. Oh, is it actually a tuple that takes multiple hints? Wait. Oh, wait. Hints. Okay. Huh? I think it was this one. I'm not sure, but let's peek into the how do you do it. Where is the? Oh yeah, I totally forgot to initialize it. I was straight into making a window. So yeah, it is an empty. Ah, I see. You can just do an empty thing. Yeah, that's yeah. Pass a nothing. I see. Yeah, because it's like the default, I guess. Cool thing. If you forget to initialize, if you're actually a catch that a compiler and give you a compiler error. Yeah, let's actually see. Let's actually see what happens. So this thing returns a questionable window. I always want to call the optional a questionable. I don't know. Optional. Questionable window. So let's make it a window. Is this, but here, like just like this example, it has an or else, which is like, well, it's either a window or crash the application basically. Which is where was the or else? Yeah, there it is. Or else show an error, right? But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if I do this. If I just unwrap it, and then I'm gonna window terminate. No, how do you do it? Destroy. It's called destroy. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens here. I tried to build. Oh yeah, wait. Oh no. Oh no. I accidentally pressed Control Shift B because that's usually my build. But yeah, let me actually build from the console. So let's see. There are some errors. Let's see what kind of errors is it. The following command with exit. Okay. Wait. Build run. Steps, okay, unreachable. Assertion failure. Okay, so there is some kind of an unreachable here. And well, there's no info about it. Okay, it does give me like a create, but I can go to it. And the function, this function invokes undefined behavior when OK is false. Debugger. Inside a test block, it is best to use. Oh no, this is just a debug zig. Oh, this is not Mach. This is debug zig. Okay. And if I go to here, then that's just my code. So there's nothing in between. So I'm sure that the assertion happens because the assert is, but it doesn't actually send me to an assert. Is it because it's a package? So the code is somewhere else. We should improve that. Whoops. So yeah, I feel like there is an in-between thing that like is missing here, right? I don't know. Is this because of it's a package? Is the stream working? By the way, working, right? I mean, you're talking to me because my the Twitch app says I'm offline, so I'm a bit confused. Oh. You could go to definition or on the create function and yeah, let's see. If I go to definition, there it is. Okay, so yes, it does exist, but then internal debug assert initialized. Okay, so I guess this is the assert initialized, right? This is what happens. This debug glf initialized. Yes, so it asserts this. Which obviously, if I did not initialize, it should not start. Compiler stack traces aren't always perfect right now. They're working on improving it. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, but yeah, cool. I mean, I'm intentionally dumb here. Okay, I know that I need to initialize glfw, of course. But yeah, I just straight went into making a window. But yeah, I wanted to see what happens. If you change that assert to a panic message, that would be nicer. Yeah, maybe. Okay, let me just give me a moment just to answer. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. I just had to send a message. Okay, so let's initialize glfw, right? glfw initialize init hints. Init hints. If I just can I just pass an empty on this one as well? Let's see. I'm just not looking into the source code and just playing dumb a bit. Zig will run. Okay. Value of bool must be used. Okay. Value of bool type bool ignore. Oh, it's just because it's returning a bool. Yeah. So I can just do this. Just ignore it. Oh, there it is. There was a window for a moment. we managed to do it. Yes. Of course, I am missing the errors, but you know, for a start, that's good. And now I can do glfw. No, is it window should close? Yes. If not window should close. GLFW, I should poll events as well, so that events work. And is swap buffers here? Yes, it is. And that's it, I think. That's all that you need. And now it should be able to just run indefinitely until I close it. Let's see. Maybe I forgot something. Oh yeah, it crashed as well. And one more thing, of course, beautiful Zig gives us an ability to defer, right? So we don't have to do a destroy. We can do at the end, as we would in C++. I can just do defer, and oh, what happened? I had an enter, and we can just defer destroy. Pretty nice. Okay, so why defer is much better than putting it on the end, because if there is some kind of a panic happening here, if there is an error and the app crashes, then nothing after this is going to run. When it's defer, it's guaranteed to run after when the error gets caught. Okay, so what did I miss? So it kind of works, but it doesn't. So yeah, it does show me something. Okay, let me look into the, what is the thing? Window swap buffers, poll events is after swap buffers. I'm not sure that's the problem. I don't know. I don't have anything from the app telling me if I'm doing anything wrong. Error callback, there is an error callback as well. But that's okay. Missing while. Oh! Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Yeah, because I wrote if because I'm thinking if should close. I don't know. It's yeah. It should be a while. Ugh. Totally forgot. Yeah, this is the reason. Okay. Yes. And here we go. We have a window. And it says my first GLFW window. Beautiful. Oh my god. Look at that. My engine is complete. No, but we have a first step. And yeah, if I really want to handle all the errors, of course we have completely ignored this error, right? Because what do you do if it doesn't init? What do you do if it doesn't window doesn't get created? Well, I'm just like unwrapping here and it's just gonna crash. So if you really want to handle all the errors, what you do is you simply take this and you copy it. And ta-da! There you go. And now we can rebuild with all the error checking. Hello. Hello, MachGLFW. Okay, so, oh yeah, I also forgot to terminate GLFW. I totally forgot that. I hate to break it to you, that window is a rectangle, not a triangle. Oh, right. I said it, I'm gonna make a triangle. Right, that is a problem. Okay, so we have GLFW, we have windowing. What we're missing is OpenGL. And for OpenGL, well, for OpenGL bindings, we are going to take a little... Oh yeah, by the way, I call this a GLFW test. I should have probably done something else. So there is actually another repository, which is this GLFW OpenGL example, which is super cool. And it is a little older, August 13, right? Last commit. There is a little bug, but we're gonna fix it. I know it. So yeah, if you run this one, you get an OpenGL. You get a little context with the background as well. And well, what is the difference here? The difference here is that Zigzone, right? It has more things. Xcode frameworks, DirectX headers. I'm not actually sure if I need all this now. I've seen some message that from Stephen here that these are not required anymore, but I'm not sure if they are still required. Yeah, sorry about that. I haven't done a great job keeping the MobGL and Vulkan example up to date since we mostly use WebGPU. I mean, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, what it actually does have is, you know what? Okay, what it does have is that it has this GL41 thing. And this is actually like Zigified OpenGL bindings. So this is what we need. This is what we need. Yeah, with the newer Zig version, we can remove a lot of those. Should only need Mach250. Cool, perfect. Okay, so one more thing I did not do is, okay, well, first let me. Oh, I shouldn't have removed the stream. Sorry about. Oh no, this is not it. Oh, it is it. It is it. It was just the options were open, which I don't need. I don't need the settings. Oh, I'm just opening VS Code 5 times, clogging the RAM, of course, clogging the Electron. Okay. Yeah, this was the settings. No, actually, the reason why I opened this project is just to see this to do. Okay. Had to update the ZLS to support package autocomplete. I did say. On stream. Oh yeah, by the way, I should probably build ZLS with release fast, because right now it's just debug. And show how packages can be used with MachGL-FW. I did. Okay, let's build a fast ZLS, right? And the way you do it is, because right now it is a debug build. And the debug, I'm not sure if, maybe I should keep the debug build, I don't know. We can see that it's like 7 megabytes. Hopefully having a release fast is going to make it smaller. So let's see. Zig build run, I did that before. No, I don't want to, I want a Zig build. But I want to do some, yeah, there it is. Not de-target, but de-optimize. So basically what we do is we do a de-optimize and then we say release fast, right? So to make it optimized, de-optimize, release fast. And let's see. Building. Can use release safe 2 fast, but with minimal safety checks. I could do that too, yes. Okay, and then what I also wanted to do, I wanted to rename, because I changed my mind. I wanted to rename GLFW test into my engine. How should I call it? Let's call it, because I had the shakedown engine for Shakedown Rally, I'm gonna call this the Zigdown. The Zigdown engine. Well, it's well, for the beginning I'm just gonna work on everything at the same time. So maybe I should call it Zigdown. Or should I call it an engine at the beginning? I don't know. Let's just call it Zigdown. And I'm gonna separate it, split it into the engine part at some point. Yeah, and it doesn't have, I forgot to init a Git repository, so let me just do that. And do I have, no I don't. Let's add, where is interface? Yeah, I have this git ignore that I can use. I can use in Zigdown. Now I'm completely lost. Okay. Zigdown add everything. It is yeah, git status. Well, let me just see. Okay, four things. Yes, perfect. It's just the zig zone, and the main. Okay, let's go with whoops, git commit initial working window. There we go. Okay. So I didn't really have to open the PowerShell, by the way, because I have it in VS Code. I could have done it there. One more thing that I want to do is I want to make a build process, which I already have made in the previous project. So if I add this VS Code, lets me open Zigdown. I trust the authors. If I open this tasks, what it does is that it basically allows me to build by using Control-Shift-B instead of doing a build run, Zig build run every time. And in this case, I do have a build run, so it will automatically run when I say Control-Shift-B, and it has now opened. There it is. It's building. Oh, it is recompiling everything again. Only because I changed the folder name? Maybe. Okay, there it is. Hello, MachGLFW. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, by the way, I was rebuilding. I totally forgot. Yeah, so I built. No, wait. What is this? C Project ZLS. Okay, I did build with release fast. Okay, so I have no idea if. Okay, let just relaunch. Let's relaunch VS Code just to make sure that it is using the latest ZLS that I've just built. Okay, we have the stream, and I'm also going to open this one. Sorry for this weirdness. Okay. Anyway, we have this now. We have added tasks. Let me just add tasks. Added build task. Okay. And one more thing I wanted to do is I wanted to remove these comments. They're nice for beginners, but they get annoying. So I'm just gonna remove that. Yeah, let's keep the MachGLFW. And okay. We have this. Oh, I must have removed something more than I should. Did I? Okay, it's not a problem here. This is okay. Okay. This. Ah, I removed the whole thing. Okay, that was the problem. Okay, there we go. Just to clean up the build a bit. Okay, and as you can see, we have this initial thing for just launching the window. Okay, so about the OpenGL, right? Let's add this libs folder. I'm just gonna download. Okay, let me clone it. Let me clone it here. Oh, not in Zigdown. Git clone. This one. Okay. Now we have it over here. Zig. GLFW OpenGL example, yes. Let me copy the libs over into Zigdown. And now I also have to see how was the build. How do you actually use the GL? Aha, there it is. You just add a module, same as above. Because we copied. Okay, so we link GLFW. We did that, and then I just need to do this. Just need to create a module and add a path, and I think that's it. I remember there was this lazy path update recently, but I think this was fixed by the lazy path was just like putting it inside a, yeah, because it does, yeah, there it is. It expects a lazy path. I remember that there was I tried to use this example before and it didn't work because of the lazy path thing that I couldn't understand. But then I figured out that you just use this, you just pack it inside another object. Okay. So, when it comes to Zigdown, let's add it into the build. We have, after linking GLFW, we can add GL. And is that it? Hopefully. Let's see. Okay, it still works. It still works. And let's see. Okay, let's try to use some OpenGL thing. I'm gonna look into how this is built, how this is doing. GLFW set error callback. Oh, yeah, that's the same stuff. Init, terminate, and then we create a window, and then we do a But there is a, I think there is there a, okay, error string. Okay, this is the same thing that I already have. Oh, there it is. Make context current. That is the stuff that I'm missing, yes. So, after deferring the destroy, I'm gonna add glfw, make context current, and it's gonna be my window. And then I'm gonna do this. Actually, I'm not even sure what this is. What is a proc? GL proc. I can't remember if I have that in my engine. Okay. By the way, let me look at my engine. Yeah, because I'm gonna look into my engine anyway, and engine dev. So in my engine, wait, it's not drive. Drive is shakedown in the just the N engine. I have engine CPP. Ah, there it is. I completely missed it. Okay, so when I'm creating, when I'm initializing, when I'm creating a window, start window. Okay, there it is. I'm calling app init, of course, which is actually in the application.cpp. So when I'm creating a window, there it is. Oh yeah, right. I'm also getting a monitor. I remember that because I need to find what the video mode is, what the width and height of it is. I'm setting up the aspect ratio, GLFW, okay, and then I'm doing. There it is. There is GLFW make context current. So I'm setting the swap interval with the vsync, and yeah, the buffer size callback and the window focus callback. Yeah, I need this to like recompile shaders and stuff. But yeah, I'm not doing anything, any proc thing. But yeah, I am just going. Okay. Is there any explanation? Oh, going to definition of this doesn't work. Oh, by the way, let's try to add a GL. So if this doesn't work, then we have a problem. Const GL is import, and the import is, what's the name of it? It's just GL, right? Okay, it works. There it is. It's a type. And now we can just say GL proc. No, get shader precision format. Yes, GL works, which is good. It works with the language server. I'm not sure why this doesn't work though. Why the LSP is broken. Okay, so let me just copy over this proc and GL get proc address. What is this? Huh. Where does this come from? Oh, it's actually a function. Fuck. Function pointer. Get proc address. Okay, I'm not actually sure what this does. There, somebody's also asking. It is to load the pointers from the GL implementation. I see. For some reason in my C++ implementation, I don't ever use that, and it just works fine. I see. Okay. Right. So we have this. We can. Oh yeah, and also we can clear the color. Let's. Okay. Yes, I also need to have a callback. I'm just gonna copy this one. And let's draw some things. GL clear. Clear. And does that do I have, is there like a color? Oh yeah, there is a color version. Clear color. And let's do red, just so that we can see that it's happening. I guess like this. And then you also need to clear the buffer. Yeah. Clear and color buffer bit. That's it, right? Okay, let's build. Let's see if I have GL working. There it is. It's red. My God, it's beautiful. Look at that. I know, it's still not a triangle, unfortunately. But it works. It can resize. It does go black because it's not multi-threaded. So, yeah, because if you don't have multi-threading, then this is typical that once you're handling the window, it's not updating. Okay. Anyway, so there we go. We have our simple thing. Let's make. Let's git add everything. Let me see. What did I do? Yeah, I added the libs. Oh, I forgot to that. Okay. Git add all. Git commit added. Added GL and cleared color. No exclamation marks needed. Okay, cool. Yeah, by the way, let me rename glfw test into zigdown. Yeah, there it is. Nice. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's draw a triangle. And how do you draw a triangle? Well, let's just consult draw a triangle. You do it by Googling, right? Learn OpenGL, hello triangle. Okay, so hello triangle. How do we do it? Right, we have vertices, we have shapes, blah blah blah. Then we rasterize it. We can skip all that. We know how that works. Okay, for the beginning, we need some vertices, right? We need an input. And in Zig, of course, we have arrays just like this, but let's do it in a ziggy way. Okay, I think I can shut down this OpenGL. KEKW, hello. Hello, Fallender. Okay, so after we clear, we want to draw a triangle here, right? Draw triangle here. By the way, do I have something to clone OpenGL example? I did that. And I'm going to draw a triangle now. And build ZLS as release fast. I did that. Cool. I'm doing everything so far. So, time to start drawing a triangle. So, we have some vertices, and this is just a flat array of floats, right? So, let's make that in Zig. We're just going to do a const, call it vertices, and it's going to be a type of array, of course, of F32s, and it's going to be what is this? Minus 0.5, minus 0.5. Okay, let's do those. Minus 0.5, minus 0.5, 0. And then we have minus 0.5, minus, wait. Oh no, we have a 0.5, right? It's nice that in Zig you don't have to write F. You just put a number and it will going to be coerced, as they call it, into a float because the type is float. Okay, so it says it's complaining because it's not used by anything, unused local constant. And we don't actually have a, it doesn't actually tell me the number, but the number is 9, obviously. Okay, so, oh, well, of course, it's just put them in line because we didn't put a comma at the end. If you put a comma at the end, oh, look! Oh my god, the format actually even aligned my numbers. Nice. Not bad, not bad. It is a little bit weird, though, because it aligns, it doesn't... wouldn't it be nicer if it aligned like minuses like this? I don't know. I think it looks a little bit nicer if it would do that. Like this, instead of having a yeah. It feels nicer if the minus would be like peaking on the left. Anyway, so we have our vertices. Perfect. Okay, blah 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 blah. Then we go over that. Okay, we start by creating a VBO, which is a vertex buffer object, and we are going to do that by having a well, is it a const? No, because we need to pass it around, right? So it's going to be a var. VBO is nothing. Undefined. And the type is going to be U32, right? Unsigned int. Okay, and then of course GL gen buffers, there it is, and the size is going to be 1, I think, because it's a number of buffers. And then we get a, of course, a gluent. Oh, should I use a gluent or not? Or is it going to, let's see, does it deduce automatically? I think so. Let's see, maybe, I hope it does. There it is. Okay, it did work. Yeah, cool. Okay, so okay, we have created our vertex buffer object, and then we can bind we need to bind first to make it, to set it like into the OpenGL state machine, basically. GL, we go with GL bind buffer. And yeah, as it says, it should be a GL array buffer, and in the Zigified version you have this array buffer, right? And we're gonna provide a VBO. That's pretty much it. We're just now copying everything and just writing it as a Zigified version. And of course we want to set the data to our vertices. GL buffer data target, we need to provide it a hint, right? GL array buffer and the size of vertices, which in my case is vertices len. And then we have the vertices themselves, themselves. And finally, we have a static draw because we're not gonna change. Not gonna change the vertices at runtime. Okay, and then we have a vertex shader, but here's the trick: we don't actually need a shader. Let me tell you a secret. And for the beginning, to be able to just draw okay, well, the shader is necessary, but I think this computer should actually be able to draw something, at least a white triangle. Compiling a shader, okay, we're gonna move that later. Instead, we're just going to say draw triangles, and I need to remember how that works. GLU's program, we can skip that. Linking vertex attributes. Okay, interesting. I didn't see this picture before. GL vertex attribute pointer. Yeah, we need to build attributes. It does complain. It says we need a const any opaque, but we found a 9. That is because we need a slice to vertices, probably. And let's see what happens now. Is it going to infer or not? It does it. Yes, I think it does. Right, this is it. It totally works. Let's see what the build says. If it's gonna build or not. There it is. It has built. Okay, so now we need to build a val vertex array object. And GL vertex attribute pointer. What is this? GL enable vertex attribute array. Yeah, we need to say that this is a position basically. But don't I have to create this is about shaders. Shaders, there's no. Yeah. Yeah, I'm skipping shaders for now. Because I think it should be possible to draw without this. Okay, probably I'm assigning a bind buffer. There it is. Okay, yeah, this is where I'm actually binding buffer the data. I've already done this. There it is. This is the whole thing. GL vertex attribute pointer. Okay, let's go with this. GL. By the way, yeah, let me first draw the triangle. Vertex attribute pointer, right? There it is. Okay, so we provide an index 0, 3 of them, and the type is float. Whoops. I jumped to the top. Okay. And where is the whole thing? Now I'm completely lost. There it is. Okay. We have a float. Boolean should be false. It should infer the type. I hope so. 3 times size of float. 3 times. Wait. Is it actually the same thing? Stride. Oh, because it's a stride. Right. It is. Okay. And Zig has size of F32. The pointer is to what? The pointer is to nothing. Okay, what? It's any opaque. How do you do a null pointer in Zig? Is it just a 0? That's it. I think that's it. That would be a pointer to the first element in the slice. Vertices would be a pointer to the slice header. The pointer to the actual member in the length integer. Null. Oh, it is a null. Yeah. Oh, because it's an optional. Okay, that makes sense. It's an optional pointer. Okay. And I mean C. Well, like what the hell is this? It's just terrible. Casting it to void star. Okay, and I guess it doesn't infer false. Expected type U8. Okay, so it wants a U8 and not Zig false. So I have to do this. And this is okay, it's a comp time int. Is it? Does it actually automatically infer? So wait, comp time int 0. Ah, okay, it makes sense. Yes, because comp time int will coerce to any number basically. So at the point where it enters a function, it will turn into a U8. That makes sense. Yeah, OpenGL bindings are a bit rough. Not the nicest Zig API. I think it's okay. I think it's fine for now. Okay. Okay, so we need to enable vertex attribute array. Vertex. What? Enable vertex attribute array, and we give it a 0. Okay. Set the vertex attributes pointers. Okay. Use our shader program if we want, but we don't have a program. Maybe I was actually supposed to skip all this. Oh yeah, well, I definitely want a vertex array object. Okay, so let's go with building a veil. Let's skip this for now. So I did manage to draw a triangle already without a shader, so I know that I can skip that. I just want to see the triangle on screen. That's all I want. Okay, let's go with Veo. It's a U32 as well, and at the beginning it's undefined. GL gen vertex arrays 1. Of course, we want only 1, and we want to provide it a Veo. Okay, so now we start building a vertex array object. Basically, what vertex array object is, it tells what the attributes of the vertex is going to be. So you're going to have position, you're going to have normals, you're going to have colors or something like that. You're going to have UVs. For now, we just have positions. That's all. So we start by binding it first, of course. GL bind vertex array. We're going to use a Veo, and then I'm going to say bind the buffer. And we need to bind my VBO. Bind buffer. Right? GL array buffer. VBO. And I need to say that GL buffer data is going to be again. Oh wait. Size of vertices. Wait, didn't I already do this? I did. By binding it here, right? So it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Why am I having it 2 times? Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have 2 times. But I definitely need to bind the VOO. Well, yes, I didn't read through this, so maybe I should have probably done this first. Unless your object frequently changes. I should have probably put everything before. Drawing code. GL use program. GL bind vertex array. Some OpenGL function that draws a triangle. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I need to say let's just write. You know what? Let's just try this and see if it breaks. If it breaks, we're gonna fix it. GL vertex array pointer. Whoops. No, not that. Vertex attrib. Vertex attrib pointer. And we're gonna have three of floats. Yeah, I already did this as well. Okay. Wait a minute. So I actually did all of that. And the only thing I didn't do is I didn't create a VAO. Why am I doing everything twice? Okay, then I'm pretty sure that I don't need to do any of this. Except that I do need to have a VAO, right? I think so. Which probably I can put in front. But where do I actually bind the VAO? No, I don't need to bind the VAO. Let's put it after buffers. I am slightly confused. But yeah, let's try drawing. Okay, so we're not going to have any programs, but I am going to bind I'm going to bind vertex array. And it's going to be VAO, and then I'm going to draw it, and I'm going to say, is it called draw indices? What is the name of it? Draw arrays. I need to remember what's the name. How do you? Ah, there it is. It's draw arrays triangles. Yeah, with the triangle modes. That's what I wanted to do. GL triangles, and then we have the first is 0, right? Yeah, and the size is 3 because we have 3 vertices. Okay, let's see if this works. You know, if this works, it's gonna be amazing. Because we don't have any shaders. Okay, it doesn't work. So what are we missing? I'm doing something wrong. Bind vertex array, I did. But do I also need to bind the buffer? I don't think so. Use program nothing. The triangle we've all been waiting for. Yes, which doesn't exist. Okay, this is 2 triangles. I'm not interested in that. Generate vertex arrays. I definitely have that, right? Yes. So here is, okay, let me read this. Also known as VAO, can be bound just like a vertex buffer object. Any subsequent vertex array attribute calls from that point on will be stored inside a VAO. This has the advantage that when configuring vertex attribute pointers, you only have to make those calls once, and whenever we want to draw the object, we can bind the corresponding VAO. This makes switching between different vertex data and attribute is easy. Okay. A vertex array object stores the following. Calls, okay. Vertex attribute configuration. I definitely did this. Yeah, the VAO stores a first pointer to the first one. And yeah, you do have to bind the VAO, I think. I did bind it. There it is. Bind vertex array. But how do I actually connect the VBO to the VAO? There must be a way to do it. Is it just because I'm binding a buffer after generating the vertex arrays? Okay, where is the full code? Is there a full code somewhere? So the vertices, array buffer, VBO, len, Static draw with the bind buffer. Yeah, that's how you connect it. Vertices would be a pointer to the slice header, by the way. To the slice header. The pointer to the actual memory and the length integer. Ah! This is the problem then. I didn't read it correctly. Because if I... Wait. I'm passing in the vertices, right? What is this? What does buffer data ask? GL size. Yeah, the data at a const any opaque. So it needs to have a pointer to the first object. Okay, and not of course not the slice. This will create a slice. Can I just do this? Let's see. No. Vertices is equal to vertices pointer. Okay, so I can actually use a vertices pointer. Yeah. Wait. But no, it's an array. It only has a length. I think you're right though. That's not your issue. Yeah, I don't think the issue is that, because this is passing a slice in. It is still a pointer because the first element is the pointer, even though I'm just passing a header, right? So yeah, so I don't think that's the issue. I think I'm doing a right thing by doing the wrong thing, if you know what I mean. Any opaque is equal to void in C. Is definitely what you want here, but it's fine either way in the case because it's an array, not a pointer. At vertices, it's a pointer, not a slice, so it should be good. Good, yeah. Yeah. I am a bit confused about Zig's multitude of pointers. Because it has of course it has, arrays, then it has slices, then it has like this thing, which is a pointer with that you can index into. Then it has C pointers where you can get a pointer where you can dereference them, but you also can get an array. And then you have opaque, and then you have any opaque. So yeah, it is super confusing. But I'm just relying on Zig to be able to like coerce the data. Oh yeah, of course, and I forgot that it also has just pointers, right? Like this. So yeah, it has many things to operate on the C code. At vertex is a const f pointer to an array, but since that type knows its own length, it coerces to a slice. Yeah, I have noticed it. Like when you're passing a string of like constant U8s, then it's like it is an array of characters, but it does coerce when you're passing it in the function. A slice never coerces to a pointer because it implies tossing away length information. So we have to do slice pointer. Ah, I see. So if I... Can I do this? No. What if I do a slice vertices? And then I pass a slice. Wait, it doesn't have a pointer. The slice doesn't have a pointer. It has a... This doesn't work, no, right? Or... I think we are getting... I'm pretty sure I'm missing something else, and not this. Like this is not a pointer. This is not the point. This is not the problem. This is not a pointer. A slice never coerces to a pointer because okay, where is this 0 dot pointer? Okay. So, but this is a slice, isn't it? This is not a slice. This is a pointer to an array. Okay, so this is a slice. Yes, finally, it's a slice. Okay, so then it does have a pointer. There it is. It does have a pointer. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this was a problem. But no, yeah, of course, it wasn't a problem. Okay, so I could have just write it like get a slice and then pointer, as you have said. But maybe just doing at it would coerce to a slice. Ugh. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine as at vertices. And vertices, because vertices is an array. But if vertices was a slice, ampersand vertices would blow up because the function accepts any opaque, and it would be a pointer to a slice header. Like the manual says, bind vertex array object to copy our vertices array in a buffer for OpenGL to use. Okay. Oh, there's no everything. You can look at the source code here. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see what I missed. So, VAO, there it is. Okay, we have VBO, VAO, and EBO. What is an EBO? Element array buffer. What? I don't ever remember using the element. Bind vertex array. Okay, we have our vertices. We bind a vertex array. I am not binding a vertex array anywhere. Is that a problem? What if I do this? Nope. Okay. So I create vertex arrays. Okay. I bind a VAO, and then I bind VBO. Okay, I did. So this example, it does all the generation in front, but I'm not sure this is a problem. Bind buffer. Okay, so you bind VAO. I bind the VBO. Buffer data. Buffer size of vertices len. I pass a pointer and a static droid. Bind buffer. Okay, then I do a EBO. Vertex attribute pointer. Okay, we have that. 03 float false. Size of F32 and a null. And I enable vertex attribute array 0. And then I unbind everything. Could that be a problem? I doubt, but okay, let's try this. And then I also need to unbind the vertex attribute. The vertex array. And then I do nothing, bind vertex array, and then draw elements. Except in this case, I'm drawing arrays with a VAO. Yeah, I don't need to bind anything else. Okay, that's not the issue. UGL can gen vertex arrays, but you haven't bind vertex array. You bind VAO first, then bind VBO. That's what I'm doing. No? VAO. Oh, wait. I'm not actually binding. Oh, yeah, there it is. I am binding. I am binding a VBO buffer. Here. Is size of vertices the same as vertices len? Because where is my vertices len buffer data buffer data size of no, not size of indices, size of vertices. Yeah. Oh wait, size of vertices in C++, that's the entire thing. No, I'm not actually sure. So do I need to say, is that a complete size of things? Okay, let's do that. Size of F32. Ah, there we go. That was the problem. I'm dumb. Yeah, I saw size of and I was like, okay, that must be the same thing. There we go. Okay, look at that. Oh, look, it's not actually as like interesting. I thought it would stretch, but actually it paints in this, probably because the context remains in the same size. Probably need to rebuild, like rescale the context. It's a number of bytes. Okay, cool. Yeah, number of total bytes. Great. There we go. We have drawn a triangle without even using a shader. So, you know, it would have taken us a lot longer to draw a shade, to have a shader. Yeah, because I do remember when I was also learning OpenGL for the first time, like 3 years ago. I did the same thing and it just worked. Anyway, without binding VIO first, it should fail, I assume. Also, GZ. Zig. Yeah, okay, so let me get that. Get ads. Get. Let me also remove this. Wait for the user. I don't need to wait for the user. Draw a triangle here. I actually drawn. Okay. Triangle. So this is the triangle, and okay, let's do again. Get ads. Triangle. There we go. Okay, so next thing, shaders. Let's add a shader now. And let's go back to where are the shaders. And I want to show a little cool thing. Vertex shader. Okay, so we want to make a vertex shader, and I am going to add it. What the hell is this? It's an ad. Oh, I'm actually hungry. I did eat just before starting the stream, but I'll just mention WebGPU is slightly more complex, but has a lot less foot guns than OpenGL. Less opportunities for the errors you ran into because of all the validation it does. Yeah, I am going to use Mach Core eventually, but you know, this is like just kind of a test of reminding myself of OpenGL and like kind of trying to create a super simple thing. So yeah, just for the beginning, just I don't know, it's just fun to redraw a triangle. Oh, I do have to say, although I do have to say that where I tried Mach Core as well, and the thing that I don't like about it is that it forces you to have the this init update architecture, right? Because it's like init and then update, and then you hook into it with a build. In the build zig, like, okay, give it it's like it's kind of like your main becomes, it's not really like I like it when you run it from your own main, and then you say, okay, init the thing, and then I'm gonna while loop and just update. But I understand why it's made in that, because you also have multi-threading. I understand that it's like multi-threaded rendering. But yeah, I don't know. I just like the fact that it's very imperative like this. You just say init in the main, and then you draw in the while loop. And yeah, so what is actually my goal here? Yeah, if we want to support Android, iOS browser, many of these platforms do not have a main loop. I see. Yeah, I see. That was the reason. Yeah, because I also tried other rendering engines. I tried there's this Diligent engine, like a C++ engines, and they all have, I can't remember what the names of other ones, and they all were made in this way. Like, oh yeah, you just hook into init and render frame sort of callback. You can actually control the main loop yourself with it if you like. It just makes your code platform specific. I see. Okay. So what is my goal actually here? I didn't say about that. So the way that my engine works. Where is my engine? There it is. I have a little minimal example. Which is somewhere example, no, it's called minimal. There it is. Okay, so in the minimal, you can see that this is how you run my engine. You basically create a class, and then you say start window, and then you say init all, and it will do everything for you. And then you just do an is running and render, and that's all. And then you do all the stuff in between these. And of course, for loading assets, there is a load all. If I go into, like, there is an example as well. If I go into a little example. Oh, I think this example is actually old, because I'm using on-key events. I'm not using these events anymore. Maybe I have something else. ImGUI draw custom quad tree. Okay, I was working on a quad tree the last time. Let's see what was. Okay, this is the quad tree, and this is the main. I create an engine. I can pass it some screen properties. There it is. I initialize everything, and then I can also I create a scene. Okay, this is the quad tree stuff, but yeah, I'm not actually loading anything, or am I? I'm just here I'm actually manually loading stuff. Yeah, I am creating materials and shaders manually, so I don't have a load all. And then yeah, this is a grid making lambda, and then this is the for loop. This is the while loop. Clear the color, draw a cross on the screen. Yeah, it's like very imperative. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of my goal, to make a little engine just like this, but in Zig, with what I have here. But let's go on with loading a shader. Where is my shader? Vertex shader. Okay, so here we have a super simple shader, and I'm gonna make a file. I'm gonna make a new file. Which is gonna be my vert.glsl. Copy this here. Oh, whoops. This one here. So, oh, it doesn't have GLSL. Okay, let's see, extensions. GLSL. OpenGL shading language. I'm not sure exactly which one is the best. Linting of GLSL shader. I can't remember which one was I actually using. 5 stars. 5 stars. This is an old one. Okay, let's try this. Okay, let's see if it works. Vert, there it is. Okay, we have some linting. Nice. So basically what this is it has a position, and it simply takes a position and, you know, draws it directly on screen. No failed to spawn binary. Oh, it's also trying to shader stage. What? Failed to shade the shader stage? Okay, that's some weird stuff that I don't need. Okay, well, here's the thing. Oh, every time I save, it's spawning these notifications. Okay. I'm just gonna pretend like it doesn't exist. Okay, so a cool thing that Zig has. We can embed files directly, and what I can do is, okay, we have these array buffers, and should we put a shader over here? And we have a vertex shader, and we have to create, there it is. So what they did in this example is they put everything into a string like this, right? Const char, oh, what? Why does my control C does not work? Okay, it just like, okay, put everything into a shader source. But cooler thing is in Zig, we can actually put this into a vertex shader. Well, let's just call it vert shader. And there is a built-in command embed with which you can provide a file and it will actually turn it into, you know, if I just say vert glsl, making copies, it will actually turn it into a text. And hopefully that, oh, it doesn't know, the LSP doesn't know the type of it. But it should be a U8, a slice of U8. Hopefully. Does that work? We'll see. Okay. And then, in order for OpenGL to use the shader, it has to dynamically combine it at runtime, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, yes, we have a U32 here, which is our vertex shader. Well, now we have, okay, let's call this source. Vert shader source. Okay, and this is going to be our vert shader. And it's going to be U32 and undefined, because we get it from, wait, vert shader. Why is it vertex vert shader equals GL create shader? And then we say it's a GL vertex shader. Okay, so we don't actually need to have it on a separate line because you return. It's weird. Sometimes OpenGL has like you pass it a pointer, like in this case, right? You pass it a pointer, and sometimes it's just like, oh, just return it. It is inconsistent, but does this return some kind of an error or that? Gen buffers void. No, it doesn't return anything. Interesting. Okay, so create shader. That's it, and we can do just var. And is it going to return me a correct gluint? Yes, I guess that's a U32. Okay. So what does it complain? Oh, just unused local variable. That's fine. Okay, so now we are gonna set the shader source. Shader source, right? We have which shader? Vert shader. What's the size? There's only one shader. And then we oh my god, look at this type. Oh, what is this? A C pointer of const of C pointer const. Oh, so it's like a double pointer, right? It's pointing to a pointer, which means that I think that this is because it's only like you can provide its multiple sources, right? And then we say like we have one source, so in this case we are providing a pointer to the to the first, basically okay, so we need to provide it a pointer that's going to point to a shader source, right? But I think if I do it, if I just point to the first element, then it's the first element because there's only one. Yeah, that's why we're also providing a length, I guess. Let's see if this is gonna work. So we need to provide this is a slice already, and then the length is gonna be is it the length of a text? It's null. It's null because well, this makes sense because the next one of, if you have multiple, right, if you have like 2 or 3, then you need to provide the length. But in this case, we just have nothing. And do I actually provide a null or? Yeah, it is a pointer, but it's not an optional pointer. Can we just provide a null? Is this going to work? Let's see. What is it? Yeah, of course it does complain. So it found const u8. Okay, so what if I just turn it into a C pointer? Is this going to work? And I provide a pointer, a slice. Still nothing. Oh, there, it's actually worked. I don't think it will work. Okay, let's just go with it and see if it actually works. Okay, maybe is it going to coerce to a C pointer? There it is. It is like pointer type cannot cast into pointer type child. So yes, what if I just keep it like this? Okay, we'll see. Compile shader, yeah, and then we of course need to compile shader, and that's going to be word shader, right? That's it. Okay, and of course we need a fragment shader. Now it's going to say like, you probably want to check if compilation was successful. No. No, okay. Info log, get shader IV vertex shader compile. Okay, this is compile status. So you're asking for a compile status. Let's just skip ahead to the fragment shader because this is super dirty. But frag shader source. Okay, let's just see if it works. Okay, I'm gonna do a frag. And let's copy this one. Basically just making it in the weird color. It wants a pointer to an array of pointers. Yes, I understand that. But let's see. Let's just like plow ahead and see if it works. Okay, so this is going to be, this is my vert, this is my frag. Okay, and then we're gonna do the same thing, right? Frag shader is gl create shader. Oh, but where is my create program? Because I do need to create a program as well. Shader source. Frag shader, only one. Frag shader source, length is null again, and compile shader, frag shader. Whoops, frag shader. Okay, and of course what we have here is yeah, this is what but yeah, we need to have a program and then we have to attach the shaders. Yes, so creating a program, var shader, let's just call it shader, and then gl create program, and now attach shader. Which one? To the shader we attach vert shader, and then we do the same for the frag shader. Okay, and then we're gonna link program shader, and that should be it. And hopefully we can use a program. And oh, we need to delete them as well. gl delete shader, vert shader, frag shader. But of course, we're gonna defer. Yeah, and don't forget to delete the shader objects once we've linked them into the program. We no longer need them anymore. Oh, okay. So we don't need to defer. We don't need them after linking. Linking vertex attributes. Okay, so that's it. Just finally, we need to use the program somewhere. GL draw elements, GL use program. There it is. GL use program shader. And we do that before vertex array, right? I think so, yes. Let's see if anything even works. Look at that, it works. So you see, I think I understand that's supposed to be an array of strings, roughly speaking. So you need to wrap your string into an array with a single element. I think you can pass this to GL shader source. If that doesn't, yeah, because I remember in C++ it also was kind of like that. Like you provide a single pointer even though it requires a pointer to a pointer. And I remember I was also confused, like 2 years ago I was confused about this. So yeah, it suddenly works. If that doesn't work, this is the more explicit version. Add one const u8. By the way, did it require to be a C pointer? Could I just do this? Okay, that actually works. So, but it doesn't allow me to be a slice. Now, why is that? Yeah. Cannot cast into pointer type. So this is like a slice is not okay because it has a different memory layout. I see. Yeah, a slice is a pointer in a length, right? And this is just a pointer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is just a pointer. It doesn't have a length. Yeah, it makes sense. So it's just like one number, basically. A pointer is just a U64, a slice is a struct. Yeah. Yeah. This is what I deduced as well. Thanks. Okay, so there we have a nice triangle with a nice, and we can of course we can change the color if we wish to something else. We can do a magenta. Well, it is rebuilding though. There it is. Well, this is like lilac or something. There we have a beginning of an engine or something. We drew a triangle. Isn't that amazing? Okay, yeah, it doesn't need to rebuild, of course, when cool. I don't have ShareX. It doesn't work for some reason. So, snipping tool. Okay, I have to rely on the snipping tool. Like this. Oh, together with this linting. Okay, something like this. Cool. And then you have to save. Oh no. Okay, capture. And then you have to also such an annoying workflow. Okay, traditionally I would use shader, share X on my PC. Anyway, Win Shift S. Does that work? Win Shift S. Ah, I didn't know about that. Draw a shape to create a clean. It's just a rectangle. It's not a shape. I thought I was gonna draw a shape. Okay. So, let's try with the Win Shift S. Can you do the whole thing? If I just do that. So what happened? Where did it save? Full screen snip. Oh, okay. This is a full. Oh, there it is. Save to a clipboard. Snip and sketch. Okay, I have something at least. You can copy it without saving if you want from the snipping tool. No, I do want to save it. Yeah, for later. Anyway, just so I can put a little picture on like Twitter. Well, at least that is done. Okay, so draw a triangle. Done. What's next? I already have an engine. Okay, well, the next thing is let's abstract this a bit. Okay, let's make a few abstractions. This is where the fun begins, as Anakin would say. Because I don't want to draw. I don't want to have all these things when I like create my shader. But yeah, I want to also add. I do want to add index buffer, and the index buffer is of course an optimization so that we don't draw triangles every time. Is there a vertex index buffer object somewhere? Is there like a next? Okay, let's see. OpenGL indices. VBO vertex. No, index buffer, like this. VBO indexing. That's tutorial 9. Oh, that's what the element buffer is. Oh, that just came to my. If you want to keep the shader's text variables to slices, this is how you can pass them to the function. Ah, that's true. Yeah, right. You're correct, because if this is a slice, if we turn this into a slice, right? Then this is the first. This is just the pointer. Yeah, right. It's a little bit cleaner. I don't have to use non-zig pointers. Oh, it doesn't let me do that. Why? Expected type found. So it did it find? Ah, I see. So it does. Well, okay. So why doesn't it? The type is correct. So why doesn't it? Pointer type child UID cannot cast into pointer type. Okay, this is weird. So why did this work? Okay. Do I need to do it like this? My message had an extra ampersand. Yes. I missed it. There it is. Okay. That's a bit nicer. That's a bit nicer. There you go. The problem is that you need to pass a pointer to a pointer because it expects an array. Yeah. An array of pointers. That makes sense. Cool. Okay. So let's create a vertex index buffer as well, right? We're definitely going to have a, so this is our data, right? We can call it the data, mesh data. Okay, let me, before I do anything, what did I actually change? Oh yeah, I added shaders. Git add, git commit shaders. Shader. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is data. And here I'm gonna also have indices. Because this is what most of the drawing, like this is how drawing works normally. And this is going to be a U, it's either a U16 or a U32. I'm gonna go with a U32. But yeah, a lot of games still use 16 bits for indices. And in my case, because I have a triangle, that's actually going to be 0, 1, 2. But that's it. And yeah, I should do this. And then we are doing Veo, Vibo, and we're gonna do an IBO, which is an index buffer object. So now I want to create IBO GL, and I think you also just gen buffers, right? I think so. But let me check. Gen buffers, yes, 1 element buffer. Yeah, and in this case, it's gonna be a uint. Bind buffer. Okay, so we have VAO, VBO, IBO. So the correct way is what SlimSeg is saying. Oh, is it? Ampersand with like a tuple syntax. But it does work even like this. Because I guess it's because it's a first element. Where is it? Yeah, this one. But would this work as well? Actually, no. Oh my god. Expected type. Found construct. Comp time. It found a struct. So the correct way is what SlimSeg is saying. But for a single item, the direct way works too, I guess. I don't know why it doesn't work this way then. But okay, let's let's just go back to this and go on with our lives. It is an interesting problem though, and like it does make me think about how Zig coercion works. But yeah, let's continue off. Okay, so I want to create. Here we are just doing nothing. Okay, let's do IBO here, right? Oh, should I do the IBO afterwards? So I'm not sure if gen buffers bind buffer. Okay, yes, you do have to say bind buffer, right? You have to bind buffer first. And that's going to be an index buffer. No, that doesn't. Element buffer. No. What is it? Oh, it is element array buffer. Okay. Element array buffer. And we are going to have IBO. And then buffer data is going to be GL elements array buffer. And then we're going to have indices size. Indices size. Oh, this is len, of course, not size. By size of uint, U32. Okay, we point into the data, which is going to be as we did with like this, and usage is static draw. Okay, so this hopefully, oh, of course, size of, it's a built-in in Zig, like this, with the one less at, there it is. So hopefully this has made a index buffer, and we can now say, we can now turn it off, GL elements array buffer, and 0. Okay. And then what we do here is, instead of drawing triangles, we are going to say draw elements. Wait, what is the range? Draw elements. Draw range elements. Multi-draw elements. I guess I just need draw elements. And then that's going to be indices. No, wait, draw elements. Triangles. Oh, it is triangles. Triangles, but we use indices size. This is now the count, right? This is not the size of the whole thing. Yeah. Indices len. And then we have, what is this? Unsigned int. Okay. I guess we need to go with unsigned int. And finally, we provided element array buffer object, which we don't have. Or do we? Bind buffer. But yeah, we need to bind the buffer as well. Bind buffer. Oh, wait. Do I need to bind buffer, or it's part of a VAO? To draw the mesh, simply replace GL draw arrays by this. We don't. So, okay. So I guess it's not part of a VAO, right? It's part of a. I do have to bind to RAID buffer, and this is going to be the IBO. I think this is it, hopefully. Oh wait, I kept the draw arrays. Okay, so I have a double draw here. Okay, so it should work without draw arrays. There it is. Okay, it works. Cool. Nice. Okay, so let's. We have indices now as well, which is pretty cool. This is how most meshes now work. We are drawing indices, so git add, git commit, drawing now with indices. Let's just put indices, because that's how I named all the other commits. Okay. Now let's abstract this a bit, right? We have a lot of things. We're doing a lot of things. So first off, let's abstract, well, we can abstract shaders, we can abstract a mesh. Okay, so for the beginning, let's abstract a mesh. Let's call it const. This is how you do structs in Zig. And what we're going to have, gonna run and work on Mach, but good luck. Yeah. Thanks for the help. And thank you for Mach. So please go and work on it. It's pretty cool. Okay. Give me just a moment to check my messages. Okay, I'm back. So, a mesh. Oh, by the way, I should try drawing a few more vertices. Just to make sure that indices work fine. Yeah, I could draw... let's skip this, because I know it's gonna work. I'm pretty sure. Right? Okay. So, a mesh is composed out of vertices and indices. And, well, how do we make sure that there's enough vertices and indices? Let's do a little bit of a weird thing at the beginning. Okay, I'm gonna, for the start, I'm gonna make vertices into an array. I'm gonna make it into an array of, let's say, 16 elements. Let's go with 32. I don't know. And this is just a simplification because I don't want to deal with sorry, not vectors, but array lists as they're called right now. But we probably should. So I'm just gonna, for the beginning, right, until we abstract things, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this quickly. Oh, this is a U32. So we have indices, we have vertices, and let's just say that, oh yeah, we're also going to have some kind of a count. We're gonna have a vertex count. It's gonna be on the U32. And an index count, so that we know how many things we need to draw, to render. And yeah, let's initialize everything to 0. And can we initialize arrays to 0? Well, you can do it like this. You can do an F32 and then multiply it 32 times. Wait, why am I saying? Yeah, you can do like this, right? And then it's a simple trick to allocate everything to 0. What's the problem? Oh, the problem is that I didn't put a semicolon. Okay, so I'm just putting this so that they're default initialized, so that I don't need to initialize it when I create an instance of a mesh. Okay, so what we can do here is we can basically take, yeah, and then let's also add not only vertex count, but we're gonna have these 3 things, right? We're gonna have a Veo U32, IBO U32, and a VBO U32. So vertex array object, vertex buffer object, which stores vertices, and index buffer object, which stores indices. Okay, and then we're gonna try to move this into the. Okay, so let's say let's call this function. I have this snippet fnself. Oh, I have to do a self first, and then a fnself mute, a mutable, is just creates a function for that has a self, and I'm gonna just call it bind. Okay, and now what I can do is, well, I can take everything from here and I can put it in here. Okay, I'm not gonna, okay. And instead of doing a VAO, I can directly write it. Yeah, let's do an undefined here. Or should I do a 0? Yeah, let's undefine it. Okay, so now we have to reference the self. So this is going to be not this. This is going to be all self. So self. Is this going to work, or do I need to dereference like this? Let's see. If you grab a pointer, then maybe not. And then we have a self. Okay, and then we bind it into a fail. We're gonna bind VBO. Maybe I could have left. I could have left everything. Let's try to do this instead. Okay, let's just leave everything, and I'm gonna just say self like this. Veil is veil. Self VBO is VBO. Self EBO is EBO. Okay. And then, well, of course, we need to grab a vertices, which are here. So now we have vertices like this. And it's not going to be a len. Oh, right. It's not going to be a len. It's going to be a vertex count. Self.vertex count. And size of F32. Maybe I can formalize this into like a type of number type, so that well, yeah, it's always going to be F32, I think. Okay, so we pass it self vertices. If they are, this should work, right? I'm not sure if you can actually grab a vertex count from just the self dot, or do I need to dereference it every time, because this is a pointer. I guess I'm gonna see if the compiler tells me or not. Tells me that I'm doing a wrong thing. So this is now going to be index count, and we're gonna use self indices like this. Yeah, there it is. It's it can't use of undeclared identifier indices. Oh, I am using an undeclared identifier. How is that possible? Indices. Oh no, it was just a ZLS problem. Okay, so let's see if this works, right? I'm going to, you know, this is not bind. This is actually create, not binding. Okay, create. Yeah, let's put this into a mesh. So mesh, of course, we're gonna create a mesh by saying a var mesh is mesh, and just to initialize with nothing. And then vertices are going to be my vertices, but it's not the correct. So can I actually copy vertices into the beginning of, is that a copy like this? Comp type is F32. Or is it, do I provide an array? Destination source. Okay, let's see. Destination is mesh vertices, and I'm gonna grab from 0 to vertices len, and the source is vertices, an entire slice. So it's gonna be this. Okay, hopefully that works. And then the mesh indices is gonna be copy Why do you need to provide a type? That is what that is. I am confused. You don't need the dot, you can do self-veil directly. But is it here? You can do it without dereferencing, even if it's mutable. Okay, I didn't know that. Yes, there. Ah, okay. So, okay, I thought that it has to do something with immutability. Okay. Then that means that I can also do this. Okay, I see. The dot in Zig also works where you would have to use a... Ah, I see. So you don't need to... Wait, is that true? Because... Isn't it that if you loop through an array... Okay, just a little... just a little side topic here. I have an idea, like if you do an array of some numbers, and then you want to change it in a for loop. Not that, sorry, I meant this. And you go through each value. Of course, you can't change it like this, because it's not mutable. This is constant. Wait a minute. It doesn't say anything. Use of undeclared variable. Okay, well, this is now... this is now... wait. Okay, let me do it in a different project. I just want to try. I just want to test this. Zig 2. This is where I was showing my Zig features. Okay. Oh no, this is where I was playing with the allocator. Oh, this is where I was actually trying out interface package. Okay, let's just kill everything because I don't need. I have it in another project. If you have an array, like I do there, right? This, you loop through. Yeah, you can set because it is constant. Okay, that makes sense. And then you pass it as a pointer, but that doesn't work because you need to turn this into a slice. But you can set it Yeah, this is what this is where I am actually confused. So if you want to set it, you need to do this, and this is how it works. So now I am actually changing it. But if you're, I see. So if you have a struct, okay, so now it makes sense. If you're accessing a underlying, yeah, okay. Now that when I'm thinking in C terms, then it makes sense, because in C, if you want to dereference something, you do this, right? You say value. Value is something. But if you would access a thing inside a pointer, you would do this sub thing. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So instead of using this, you can just do the dot. You don't need to do this in Zig. That is what you're saying. Yeah, okay, I figured out. Yes. So when you're assigning a value directly, you do have to dereference it like this. But if this was a struct and it had a field, then you don't need to do this, but you can. Okay, that I figured out. Nice. Okay, back to my. Okay, yeah, let's let's remove this. So we have. I'm trying to copy the vertices from one thing to the other, to my okay, and I also want to do a mesh vertex count, which is going to be my vertices len. Let's see if that works. No, use a undeclared variable VAO. Where is that? Did I remove that? Oh, I removed the whole thing. Okay, yes. Okay, so this works. I hope so. Okay, so I'm now going to do the same thing with indices. Let's do indices, copy from mesh, sorry, 2 indices 0 to indices count, sorry, len, indices 0. Okay, and then I have index count, which is indices len. This is just a temporary thing, just so I don't deal with allocators, and yeah, that's why I'm doing this with arrays. But I'm going to change it to arbitrary length later. I just want to make a simple mesh abstraction. Okay, and then what we can do is we can do create. Mesh create, and that's it. And now what we need to do is, in the end, I just bind. Fn self bind. Okay. And that's going to be, that's where I'm going to do these things. Without use program. So instead of this, mesh bind. There it is. And that's basically it, except that I'm going to do a self VAO, and you know, it doesn't have to be mutable. I'm just taking self index count here, and that's pretty much it. Okay, hopefully this works. That's the abstraction of the mesh. Aha, something has broken. Expected type 32U32 found F32. Okay, yes, nice. It has actually caught this. This is why. Okay, yeah, this should be U32. But this is why I'm not sure about this. Why does copy? Why does mem copy take a type? if it already infers that, if it already deduces that it's incorrect. So it should be automatic, it feels to me. Okay, what is the problem now? Expected type 32 found 32. Oh, again. I made a similar mistake. Here, I have a U32. Ah. Expected type found void. Okay, what the hell is this? Mem copy. Okay, so the mem copy is the problem. Maybe I'm not doing it correctly. Expecting found void. How did it find voids? Deprecated. Use mem copy if the arguments do not overlap. Oh, this is actually deprecated. Wait, why does it say copy forwards? Or copy forwards if they do? memcp. Okay, this one doesn't take. Okay, let's try it with memcopy. Is that going to work? Expected C int found U32. Index count. So this is now a problem. Self index count. Okay. How is this? Ah, because len converses to something. Sorry, wasn't reading. std memcopy. Here's why it asks for a type. If it didn't and instead accepted two any type arguments, passing in a string or any other pointer to array would generate a ton of different generic instantiations of that function. By asking you a type and specifying the arguments as slices of the type, only one function gets generated per time. Yes, that makes sense. Like, I understand. It's like template hell in C++. You're instantiating a lot of functions if these would be any types. Yeah. Sorry. Calling copy on hello and banana would generate two instantiations of the function because one is constant. Yeah, because they're different array lengths, and in Zig different array lengths are types. Makes sense. Thanks for the explanation. Okay. So I guess because memcp is a built-in, I guess then it does that by itself. Like, it doesn't instantiate the, I don't know, but maybe it doesn't work. Let's fix these errors first. So draw elements takes in a GL size I. Index count. Index count should actually be a U size. Maybe. Is that going to work? Let's see. Now it's gonna fail at something else. I can feel. No, it still doesn't. Expected I size found U size. I size. Interesting. Does ISI exist? Oh! I didn't even know iSize exists. This is weird. But it expects iSize. Okay. But no, I don't think this is still going to work because it expects a cint. Okay, so how do I cast it? Index count is self index count, but it needs to be a cint, or as it calls it, a GL int. What's the name of it? GL size I. GL size I. Yeah, so it doesn't automatically coerce. Found iSize. Signed cannot represent all possible signed 64-bit integers. Yeah, memset intcast. Yeah, I thought so. I'm just not familiar with intcast with integer casting yet that much, if that works. It's strange that it actually used to work. How did it work in the beginning? Let me, yeah, so this works now. Let's thread back when I had this. How did this work? Because len, and this is len. Is it the usize? Is len a usize? But it would usize coerced. Yeah, I am surprised. I would avoid creating a variable for it. True. Let's just do this. Len is a usize. Okay, so why did it not cast correctly if I made it a usize? Oh, maybe because it broke in a different point. It broke here, right? Because I was multiplying with and this one expects a different thing. Maybe. GL size I pointer. Anyway, it works now. It works now. Yeah, I am going to use a length of array list in the end anyway. So this is just a temporary thing. Let's see if this now works. There we go, and we see nothing. Perfect. Okay, we have a problem somewhere. Did I set the index count? Oh, I didn't set indices. Well, I'm an idiot. Yeah. Okay, we are just gonna memp as I did, but without the type. Nice. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Hopefully. Anyway, WRT. Oh, there it is. It works. Ta-da! We have mesh. We have abstracted a mesh. Anyway, WRT is the inked cast. The best choice is to put it directly into the function call, because this way Zig can grab the expected target type from the context, what the function expects. Yeah, I have noticed the same thing. I've noticed with like those float from int and stuff. All the other things, all the other from int from bool, int from enum. Yeah, they all. I remember that there was in the past, if I'm not mistaken, intcast would require you to put a type, but now it's it infers the type from the context. So whatever you put it in, it will actually cast it in. Yes, this is a recent change. They used to be different. Yeah, and it's pretty cool. I like it. Okay, so there we go. We have abstracted the mesh. In the same way, let's abstract a shader. So I'm gonna make a shader struct. Oh, let's git add everything, git commit mesh abstraction. And we can also move it into a different file, by the way. The problem is that if the type in the cast and the outer expected type went out of sync, you could experience unexpected bugs. Yeah. Definitely, yeah. Definitely. I can see that happening when you like refactor code. So yeah, let's do a shader. And the shader, first off, it's going to have a source. It's going to have sources, which... okay, well, we have a program... What is the name of it? It's the shader. It's the program. Okay. Program. And it's going to be a U32. That's one thing. Another thing is that we are going to have... Oh, by the way, am I destroying buffers? I'm not, right? Oh, the Mach is still running. Of course, that when we are drawing... where is the... I forgot. OpenGL. Draw a triangle. Hello, triangle. I'm pretty sure that... Did it actually mention that we need to delete buffers? Delete shaders. There it is. No, this is just binding. Some OpenGL function. Draw elements. Bind vertex array. That's it. It's just like... It doesn't even say that you should... But there you go. There. You see that this is thing... Oh, it says optional. Optional. Deallocate all resources once they've outlived their purpose. Ah, yeah. It's totally optional to keep the memory. Clearing all... But maybe that's GLFW automatically deletes the buffers. But yeah, let's actually do that ourselves. Something that I totally forgot to do. Let's do a dinit and we are going to clear the buffers, but it would be nice if they were maybe optional, so that we're sure that they have been allocated. Maybe. But does zero mean maybe I don't need to do an optional? So that you can check that everything is clean. Oh, wait. One trick that is employed sometimes in Zig programs is to have a comp time if statement that does clean up if in debug builds, and that disables it in release builds. And not have to waste time freeing memory in release builds. Yeah, maybe. But the thing is that I might have to create a mesh at runtime. But if I'm allocating a mesh at runtime and then I want to delete it, it should be able to clear its data. So what is the... I mean, in this case, because the triangle is running through the whole application, that makes sense to not delete it. GL delete vertex arrays 1, and it's gonna be self veil, and then we also have delete buffers 1 self vibo, same thing with ibo. Okay. And yeah, so when we create a mesh, what we can also do here is we can after we create, I guess we can defer mesh dinit. Okay, let's do shader. So we are going to have, of course, a self, and we're gonna do a compile. There's gonna be a compile step. There's gonna be a dinit. And, well, we don't need the error here. And we are going to have a load as well, but for now I'm gonna just have a compile, and of course we're gonna have bind. Yeah, forgot about that. Oh, okay. So for shader, we're gonna load it. Okay, let's just do this. Let's Let's move this into compile. And instead of, yeah, oh yeah, right, we're gonna have vertex shader, but I just trashed them in the compilation step, so maybe I don't need to even store them. No. And when it comes to the program, where is the program? Ah, it is this. It's the shader. Okay, so that's going to be self shader. Yeah, and then we have to replace everything with this. That's it, hopefully. Compile. And then we have a bind. Binding is just going to be use program. Self program. And dinit is going to be GL delete program, right? Yeah. Self program. That's it, hopefully. Okay. So we have a shader. I keep having the shader first. Shader is gonna be just a shader, and yeah, the program is gonna be. I'm not sure if 0 is actually means no program, or is it bound to a. So yeah, let's keep it undefined. Yeah, I can look into my engine. Because I remember I had the same problem. An engine drive, drive, no, not drive, but N-Engine shader CP shader H. Program is initialized to 0. Yes. So I think 0 means no program. Okay. So create a shader, compile, and mesh bind, shader bind. I think it was before the mesh. And of course we have defer shader dinit. And that's it. We don't have to have a shader comment anymore because it's just that. Okay. No field name shader instruct main shader. I'm trying to use a oh yeah, of course this is not, it's called program, not shader. Yeah, there it is. Cannot assign to a constant, yeah, because I'm not passing it as a pointer. And there we go. We have abstracted the shader as well. But of course, what we're doing just here is we're loading from a file directly. So we want to change this. We want to have I still want to keep it into a pointer. Let's see. Yeah, okay, let's see. Let me put it into a git, add everything, shader abstraction. Cool. Okay, so we have one shader and we have one mesh that is just a triangle. Okay, so what I want to do now, let's grab, yeah, let's change this so that we can load different shaders. Let's have a shader that takes in not only a program, but it will take a shader source. Vertex, yeah, let's call this vert shader source. Well, we only have to use the word shader, vert source. And that's going to be a constituate. Okay, and by default, maybe we should have some kind of a default thing here. But actually I'm no, let's keep it like this. So we have to provide it when we are actually initializing it. Okay. So something like this, and then instead of this I can say at self vert source, and here we have self frag source, frag source, not frag shader, and that should be it, right? And now when we're creating a shader, we need to provide it with a frag source, which in my case it's going to be this basically, embed file. And here we're gonna have frag source. This, there we go. Is this going to work? Or do we have to cast it into a, let's see, duplicate field? Oh, of course. Whoops. This should be a vert. Okay. There we go. Cool. Okay, so we have shaders that we can load from files or any string, which is nice. But here's another thing. Let's make it okay. Well, first let's decouple it. I forgot that I want to add another git add git commit shader source from shader source in shader source in the shader source now in shader. Okay, kind of like this. Okay, first, this is kind of getting cluttered, this file. So let's move it. Let's move stuff. And I'm gonna move mesh and shader into a separate file. And I'm gonna just call it engine for now. Okay, an engine zig has a mesh and a shader. And yeah, we need to import all the stuff as well that I'm already importing here. GL import GL, and that works good. Okay, and yeah, and now I'm gonna also const. Let's call this engine engine with a capital E. No, well, it's not a type actually. Engine is import engine.zig, and then I'm gonna have mesh, which is engine mesh. There we go, and const shader is engine shader, like this. Okay, and that should all work again. Yes. So we have reduced a lot of code. Oh, what does it say? Mesh is not marked pub. Oh, of course. It needs to be pub. And I guess that everything inside it has to be pub, no? Yeah, this also needs to be pub. Yeah, there are errors somewhere because it doesn't work. So I need to make everything into pub to be able to be used outside. All struct members are pub by default, by the way, and they're always public. I think this is it. Let's try to build it now. There it is. Totally works. Cool. Next thing, let's make the mesh not have these weird arrays with pre-allocated. So finally we're going into the area of we're moving into the area of having not just stack allocated things, right? We need to go onto the heap to allocate our vertices. And for that, I'm actually going to use an array list. Well, weirdly enough, I'm not using anything that's std here. So I need to add a std. And vertices are going to be a list. Std array list of f32. And indices are going to be, oh, by the way, let's not do this. Let's just do this, and then this is the state that the game works. Yeah. So I want to just put yeah, git add, git commit, moved mesh and shader into engine zig. There we go. Okay, so now I get all back. Okay, so this is going to be an array list of f32, and this is going to be an array list of u32, right? And so here's the problem. It needs to be initialized. When we create, this means, okay, yeah, so we are going to have to initialize it explicitly. And how do we do it? Well, here we go. Meshes, instead of copying these, I'm going to, yeah, it is missing, it says here, missing struct field vertices. Is it possible to add an empty array list or something? Here, like this. Does that work? This is probably quite stupid to do. Okay, that worked. Surprisingly. No, that doesn't work. Missing struct field items capacity. Yeah, of course, the struct needs to be allocated. But would it work if I just call init here on an allocator? It would be nice to not have to like allocate explicitly. Well, you need to provide an allocator, and this is a bit problematic. What if I just grab some allocator? Heap page allocator. Would this work? There is a page allocator. I mean, this is stupid because I do want to provide it with an allocator. I'm just trying out if this is possible. If it is possible to actually use an allocator. Const page, is this okay? This does not work. Oh, do you need to grab an allocator like this? I'm not. You also say space with that. No, it won't work. It would work if you used an array list unmanaged. Then you really want array list unmanaged 100%. You also save space with that. What is an array list unmanaged? Unmanaged? I've never used this before. An array list, but the allocator is passed as a parameter to the relevant functions, rather than stored in the struct itself. Ah. The same allocator must be used throughout the entire lifetime of an array list unmanaged, initialized directly or with init capacity. Okay, so basically it just doesn't store, yeah, because the outside is noisy. Check out the link, the non-linked part is also important. So yeah. I guess if you want to store an array list, So the street is quite noisy. Basically, it's an array list that doesn't store internally a pointer to an allocator, and you have to provide it when calling its functions. Okay, but okay, so maybe what I'm trying to do. Okay, this is what I'm trying to do. I actually want to do a init here. Okay, so would this work? Would this work? What if I have an optional? And then I initialize to null, right? And in that case, I don't need to initialize anything. But then I call mesh init, and in it I provide an allocator. I can pass an allocator here. So I don't know, would that work if I say init, and then I have an allocator? Would this work? Where is an allocator? Isn't that an interface? Where this is array unmanaged. What's important is that array list unmanaged does not have an init function. You initialize it with nothing. Yeah, I see. But then every time you push into it, you would need to have, you would need to provide it with a, no? Okay, so if I go with array list unmanaged, right? And then I say it's a little bit more typing. Okay, but I do actually want. Okay, what if I try to do it my way, like this? But then in init, I want to provide an allocator that is going to initialize both of my vertices and indices. And something like that, perhaps. Like, and by default, but your mesh will be smaller. If that matters to you, I think you save 16 bytes per mesh. Okay. By the way, I have a I have a snippet for a general purpose allocator. You're gonna kill me now. But yeah, if I do this, then I have because it's a lot of typing. When I want to do something very quickly, then I kind of like just spawn this snippet. But yeah, now I don't want to do things quickly. I do want to actually provide. And you know, it would be actually cool to be able to not. I know that Zig really wants to, like, you have to provide an allocator for everything. But actually, I want to be able to provide, to have an allocator, a default allocator. Like, so if you don't provide an additional allocator, it will use some default one, like a general purpose allocator. But maybe that general purpose allocator is going to be some kind of a global allocator on the whole engine. I don't know yet, but maybe that's something for the future. Okay, so if I have a general purpose allocator and I say vertices is std array list of f32 init allocator. This is terrible, but maybe it's gonna work. Of course, I can't defer the init. That doesn't make any sense because then I would init the. Oh yeah, of course. This should be self indices. And then u32. Will this work? What is it complaining about? Okay, and then I create this allocator GPA allocator. Okay, but then yeah, it doesn't make any sense because this is gonna I need to store it. Yeah, I still need to store it in my in somewhere. So it's gonna be here. Oh well, not var. Purpose allocator. Yeah, well, the problem is that this is gonna be like compile time thing. Which isn't good. Yeah, and then I can actually initialize it. Can I? No, what does this return? It returns a type, so yeah, it's going to be a type. Oh, this is a comma here. First of all, you don't need self in this init function. Okay, this is now getting complicated. Let's see. Okay, let me see what you're saying. I see. I can show you how to do it. Fn init options anytype. Okay, so yes, you have like an options struct or something. First of all, you don't need self in the init function. Then, if you want to have a default allocator, you need to use a comp time metaprogramming to inspect the options argument, kind of like so. If std meta has field options allocator, use provided allocator, else set up default one. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, it's not that complicated. But how would I store it then? How would I, yeah. Can I not use an allocator just as like the allocator interface? Somehow. Outside of my well, okay. So here's the thing. I could actually do this. I could actually put it outside. Maybe that's for the good. But it would be nice to have it inside the struct. I mean, I can always just, instead of doing this, I can just say dot vertices and then do an array list, you know, and then I can have a GPA here and then just pass it array list like this, alloc, and then do indices and then yeah, like this. I mean, yeah, but then it's a lot of writing on the outside, which I don't want. I want to kind of like move this into the mesh itself. But what is an allocator? An allocator is an interface, no? Like, I mean, it's a struct. Yeah, it does say interface. So can't I provide like a pointer to the interface or something? Yeah, it has a vtable. And it does have alloc resize free. I'm writing some code in a snippet, but you cannot use an allocator implementation as an interface directly. You can save the implementation and call .allocator on it whenever you need an allocator interface. Okay. I think that, but yeah. But can't you use? So yeah, my thinking is just that. What if? Can't you use this? No, wait. It's not a. Isn't there a std allocator? How do I grab an allocator thing? What is this allocator zig? I just want the allocator itself. There it is. It's a this. It's a this of but it's impossible to get it. Import std. Std doesn't have an allocator. It must live somewhere, no? Ah, there it is. Mem allocator. But can't I just have like a pointer to an allocator? No. Okay. And then just keep that one in here. And then the initialization is using that thing here. I don't know. But yeah, I still need to pass an allocator inside, which I yeah. But here's the thing. Okay, so maybe the engine itself holds the allocator somewhere. Somewhere in some global variable. Yeah, that's bad. And if I can have an allocator here, would that actually work? Okay, and then I set the self allocator to that. That probably doesn't make any sense. I don't actually need to keep the allocator then inside if I'm just giving it. And let's do it with a pointer. Does this make any sense? No. Not sure if that helps. Okay, I'm sorry. Take a look. That said, I'm having a default allocator is not that worth it. That's correct. I mean, type-wise. Not sure if that helps what you have in mind. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the Zigbin. Allocator std-mem allocator. Init any type. If CompTime has field options allocator. Return allocator. Okay. Else use a GPA. Doesn't that mean that okay, but I'm still using the interface, right? I'm still using the allocator interface. It's not like creating a new type, right, out of a mesh, because I do want to at some point put meshes into an array or array list. It's not, I mean, it's not instantiating new types because I'm not returning a struct. It is just assigning an allocator. I see. Yeah, I think that it's not allocator, it's a runtime interface. Yeah, yeah. So you're good. Yeah. That is what I was afraid of, slightly. That if like I provide different allocators, it's going to be a compile time. But no. Okay, so technically I could do what I intended to do. This should be a comma. Keep forgetting. And then, but, oh yeah, of course, I need a return type. I keep forgetting return types. But would this work or not? That is the question. Just like, you know, I don't need the default allocator, but let's go with a single allocator. And then, okay, so that I don't do array lists, I just want to do an init with an allocator. But, okay, missing struct allocator. Okay, I just do an optional for everything. This is actually okay, now it works. But maybe I can provide an allocator here, right? I don't instead of calling init. But yeah, I still need to have an init. Yeah, actually, okay, let's see if this even works. But yeah, of course, this is completely now doesn't work. This doesn't work. Because I need to vertices. Oh, I need to unwrap them now. Append. Yeah, I need to go for each and just push them. Well, I can append a slice, no? append slice. Okay, and I'm gonna just say vertices. And, well, it's a slice. Indices. Like this. And hopefully that is it. No. Expected time mem allocator found const mem allocator. Aha. Allocators should be const, no? What if I pass it as a constant? Oh yeah, of course. Try. If this works, it would be amazing. Of course it doesn't work. Slice of non-array type. Self vertices. Okay, you wrote something. Two things. Okay, wait. Slice of array of non-array type, arrayless aligned. Where is this? Ah, yes, because I need to. These are optionals now. This is terrible. But, okay, well, I do need to check if create actually can work or something, because I can forget about initializing. What's up here? Do I need to do it like this? How do I... Okay, if this is an optional, what does it say? Slice of non-array type. Array list aligned F30 to null. Do I do a dot? So this is if it was not optional. But since it's optional, it makes sense to be this. What if I do this? No. Okay, well, okay. Let me read the two things. To avoid the optional problem, you can do this. Var mesh is undefined. Oh, yeah, right. That's true. This way, you set the fields to bogus values initially, but then when you call init and it... I keep forgetting about undefined. Because, like, Zig makes me, like, it feels... making things undefined feels dirty. Somehow. Unless you're, like, immediately using it. This way you set the fields to bogus values initially, but then you call an init, they receive a proper value. Alternatively, you can make an int return an instance of a mesh. Like I did in my example. Oh, I see. So you're actually creating a mesh within an init. So the difference is returning a struct value versus mutating a pointer to self and returning void. What I meant to say above is that you don't need the optionals. Yeah, remove them. And then change the line where you first declare the mesh variable. So this way you avoid cold the visual clutter. Change the line where you first declare the mesh variable. Okay, yeah. you mean by an init. This way you avoid cold. Okay. Too many issues at the same time. Let me give you one final hint. Start by removing all the optional stuff you don't need. It's true. Setting things to undefined is risky because the compiler will not give you a compile error if you forget to set it. Having init return a mesh will help with that. Yeah, true. Okay, let's remove the optionals and set to undefined. Okay, and now let's make a init return an instance of a mesh, right? That's what you wanted. But and then without a self, of course, because we're going to create a mesh. Is that what you meant? I create a mesh here. Oof, I'm doing the C way. Sorry. Okay, I create a mesh. Is this gonna be a like copy lesion? I hope so. When I return it. So I return a mesh at the end. But first, I'm gonna set the vertices like this. Init with an allocator. But then, yeah, the allocator is here. And okay, that makes sense. But then I need to remember that I need to return a mesh. I need to remember that this returns a mesh and not just like, yeah, like in user code, this should not be allowed because that creates an undefined. Instead, I should just call it like this. Init with my own allocator. And there we go. Oh. Well, yeah, this is no longer optional. And we also have this thing where I try to make it optional, which is no longer that. But yeah, we can always. So here's the thing. That should work now, right? Hopefully. Just the. Actually, calling it into an instance of the struct won't work anymore. Okay. Ah, yeah, it does make sense, right? Because it doesn't take a self. I like this. I like this. So if I wanted to like make another mesh and I accidentally did this, then I'm like, oh, mesh1 dot init. This wouldn't work, right? Because it doesn't take a self, or it does. It still does work. Even if it doesn't have a self, no? So it's, oh yeah, there it is. No field or member function named init. In engine mesh. Because it doesn't take a self. So you have to do it like this. Okay, there it is. Whoops, I don't need the second mesh. Cool. ZLS is not figuring it out. Yeah, it is. It did figure it out. Although, it is. Yeah. Although it is a little bit vague, no? If you do it like this, and it says it doesn't. It doesn't have a member. Maybe it would be better if it said like, it doesn't have a self. It does exist. Init exists, but it shouldn't be called on an instance or something like that. Anyway, yes. So let's see, anything that is okay. So this is still broken. Slice of non-array type. What is going on here? It's just ZLS is not working. It worked. Ah, of course, it's because it's items. Ah, I totally forgot about this. Yeah, because vertices are now an array list. So I need to take items now. Oops. Because that's the backing array that holds the stuff. Right. Okay, I'm just not thinking that I've converted into a list. Okay. Remove the undefined stuff now. You don't need it. Oh, that's true. I can remove the undefined. I can remove the undefined, and then I do this instead. What is going on? The ZLS is broken. Okay, well, I can just move this into here, right? This would make sense. Okay. One last thing. You asked earlier about copulation, and as you wrote, it's now you will have a copy. Yeah, well, I can just return. I can just simply do this, right? This way it will... yeah, right. But there is no difference if I have mesh or dot, right? It the dot infers that the return from the return type. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Cool. So yeah, if you return immediately it will elide the copy. My God, I like this. I like this. It's nice. Cool. Yeah, that's the proof you don't need constructors and destructors. And copy constructors and move constructors and what's I don't know. There's like 10 different constructors. Okay. Time for me to go to bed. Yeah. Well, it's basically you're getting some raiders now. They will take the torch now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hello. Okay. Well, thank you, Christoph. Christoph is Loris, right? It's the same person. Or am I mixing up people? Okay. And cool. So, yes, good. Yes, okay. I know who I was talking to. Good. Nice. Well, yeah, thank you for everything. For if you already left, I don't know. For Zig Showtime and other stuff. Yeah, the streams. Anyway, yeah. And especially thank you for helping with the allocator thing. So, I don't even need to keep an allocator anymore. Or do I? Because I have this optional allocator, which I'm not... Oh, what is this? This is doing nothing here. Okay, yes, but I can just pass an allocator, initialize vertices, and return them. Perfect. Okay, let's see if everything works now. Okay. Oh my God, it doesn't work. Where did the triangle go? Oh no. Okay, let's see what is going on. So stop. Oh, we have a thing. We have a thing. I probably did not deallocate things correctly. Memory address. Ensure total capacity. Oh my God, what is this? Wait, where's the top? Why is it so short? Debug native. Pointer cast. Okay, wait. Let's do a zig build here. It's not oh no, it's not the no, I wanted to do the run. Okay, and then crash it. Okay, so that's actually the memory leaked. That's it. Memory leaked. Yes. Why? Why? Of course, because I didn't dinit the vertex. Sorry, the array lists. When I'm dinitting here, I need to make sure that self indices is dinited and vertices as well. There we go. Okay, but why do my vertices not show? So yeah. Vertices in this. Okay, so that should hopefully not fire my alarm anymore. Okay, let's see. Turn it down. There it is. It has exited successfully without any errors. Good. But where are my where are my indices? So I appended a slice of vertices. Okay. Do vertices do arrays actually coerce to slices automatically? No, they don't. You need to get a slice, right? But this is not a slice, this is a pointer. But then the pointer is going to coerce to a slice, eh? Hopefully. Or do I need to do this? I am slightly confused about that, but I think this is the equivalent. Appends a slice of items to the list. Allocates more memory than valid this. So appends the slice of items. I guess it adds. It makes copies of items. No, because that would make sense. Maybe there's something else wrong. You can use ends. So it's the same thing. Yeah, I think it is the same thing. That's not my problem, though. That's not my problem. My problem is something else. My problem here is... Okay, I have a mesh. I'm initializing it. I think that's actually fine. The problem here is vertices and indices. This is the problem. I totally forgot about the vertex count. So I don't need the vertex count anymore because they don't have arrays. I'm now on array lists and vertex counts count. Vertex counts are now just vertices.len. Sorry, items len. And that's it. And then I also have, instead of index count, I have indices items.len. There we go. And then of course, whoop, what does it say? No field name vertex count. Oh, this is just ZLS being slow. And then of course when we do this, we can do indices items len. Is that correct? Is the size of a items? It is a slice, right? Yes, it is a slice. So that should be it. But maybe we don't need an int cast anymore. I'll keep it. Okay, what is this? iSize, expected type iSize, found uSize. Yes. So this is a problem now because this is a comptime int and len is a uSize, but I need the iSize. So I am going to int cast actually this. right? Is this the problem, or should I just cast? Let's see. Yeah, and we have this problem. Yeah, and I think that I don't need an int cast anymore here because a length is unsigned. Okay, cool. So we're fetching the sizes of vertices and indices. Come on, let's pray. Oh, there it is, a problem. Okay. Expected time c int. Where? Okay, we still need the int cast here. Okay. Makes sense. There it is. Oh my god. We have a beautiful triangle, and now we have totally abstracted the mesh and the shader into its structs, and we can push vertices, we can create vertices and indices. It's not just a array anymore. Cool. You can use okay, that was for the slices. Suggest to not initialize your fields. Do not default initialize. It's yeah, because now I have this init. Yeah, I just actually for the shader I can do the same thing, perhaps. Not initial, yeah. Well, I don't know. I just like the idea that you can default initialize things and just, yeah, but of course for stuff like meshes and shaders, it is difficult. For simple structs, I think it makes sense. I'm just, yeah, I always feel like I just want to do like, I just want to do like you know, I have a mesh and I just want to do this to like just have a struct. But yeah, that was exactly the problem that Christoph helped me with, because in the mesh I need to pass an allocator. So it would make sense to not initialize vertices and indices and then initialize them in an init and return a mesh. For mesh, I mean, because it would have caught the bug earlier. Yeah, for the vertex size, it made sense. Yeah. That's true. And of course, I have this vertex array object buffer and index, which are also undefined. And I think, so in my engine, I think what I did, my C++ engine, is I think I initialized everything to 0. I can't remember now. And if, does 0 mean no buffer? No, not CVP. It's a mesh H. Yes, I do initialize to 0. Oh, yeah, and so yes, it's interesting thing is that if I don't initialize, I could have, I don't know if this is dirty or not, but I could have a bool. I could have an initted, just to have like some kind of a check. If like I try to use it and it's not initted, and then I initialize it by default to false. So in case that I use a mesh like this, but it's not a great guarantee, and it does feel a bit dirty. Yeah, well, the guarantee is that you have to provide everything. But yeah, I noticed the same thing with allocators, of course, because you need to provide all the fields. Okay, anyway, let's not have initted for now. Cool. So we have meshes, and let me try to make something more complicated. Now that we have, okay, let's try drawing 2 meshes. That will be that's a challenge. Mesh 2. Let's call it a mesh 2. I'm going to initialize. I'm going to use the same allocator, and let's see, vertices. Oh, by the way, let me do. Yeah, I had a mem copy when I was using arrays. Let's just git add all, git commit mesh with array lists. Okay. Mesh create mesh the init. Okay, let's do a new mesh. Our mesh 2. And this one is going to be yeah. Did I put a capital var? Great. I'm gonna do a create as well and defer the init. But before that, I'm gonna do a vertices append, and let's go with can you actually append a slice of? Okay, so when I append things to a array list, I need to do it manually every time like this. Like, no, I mean I'm repeating the same thing. Can you actually append a slice which is going to be an array like this? Or I would need to create a backing array. Would this coerce to a slice? I don't think so. Vertices append slice at. Oh wait, this actually works. At least it doesn't complain. Look at this. I'm not using a mesh. Okay, there is a problem. Type does not support array initialization. If I do this, as you have suggested. Oh, of course, error is ignored. It does work. Cool. Okay, nice. I like this. Hi again. Am I seeing a Unity runaway? You need a leading ad. I think I saw your game a long time ago. Okay. A Unity runaway. Well, they have sent us a new... Just as I was starting my stream, I saw... as I was starting my stream, there was a new announcement from Unity about backing down from everything. So yes, I'm still Unity developer, I guess, but you know, there's hope. There's hope in Zig, and I don't think Zig is ever going to make a runtime fee. So now that we got a triangle, the next obvious step is a Relicar. Yes, of course. Of course it is. I'm still a bit skeptical about Unity stability. Yeah, Zig is really good. Yeah, I like it. I like it so far. Okay, cool. So we can append slices like this. So we have vertices. We don't even need vectors. I mean, vectors are overrated. Yeah, let's make like a, I don't know. Should I do a cube? So let's do a cube. Do I do with minus 0.5? Okay, let's do it like this. No, let's do it with zeros and ones. So it's gonna be in the corner, but whatever. Okay, so I have first vertex, right? We're gonna have a second vertex, which is gonna be on the left, and then we're gonna have the one that is like up. Sorry, like this. Gonna be up, and then we're gonna have one that is up. Okay, yeah, you can see the pattern, right? We're just repeating zeros and ones, and then we have this. So we have all the combos. I could just actually okay, I have the 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I can just copy the whole thing. Okay, like this, this, and then I'm just gonna replace. Whoops, not 2. There we go. Okay, we have a cube. It's beautiful. And then I'm gonna append indices. Well, there's gonna be a lot of indices now. That should be a tetrahedron if we go by 3D. Triangle is the hello world of 3D. Wait, so many messages. What is happening? I'm a bit skeptical. Okay, Zig is really good and great mentality of dev. No mandatory full screen triangle. I mean, full screen triangle. I already have it. Man, no matters in this town anymore. Triangle is the hello world of 3D. That should be a tetrahedron if we go by 3D. Okay, well, I mean, if I just build this, right, there's going to be a triangle. So I already have a triangle. There it is. If you want the full screen, I mean, I can just make it bigger. Oops. Oh, I just accidentally closed the side panel. But yeah, how do you actually? Oh, there it is. It doesn't work if I maximize it because the context is still this big. So I need to like redo a context, but that's not what I'm concerned with right now. Okay, let's do slightly bigger. You need to resize callback. Yeah, I know, I have that in my engine. Just it's like too early to do this in a custom thing. Okay, you know what? One more thing I do want to do is I want to. Okay, let's do the cube first. Okay, let's do a cube. So the cube has how many triangles? 2 by 8 sides. No, it says 6 sides. 12 triangles, which means 12 triangles. It means that it has 24. No, it has 12 by 3, right? It has 36 indices, and in this case, oh shit, well, that's going to be difficult. Okay, let's see if there's if there is a cube from code already. Cube from code, procedural. A library for procedural generation. Give me some kind of indices so that I don't have to type them in. Okay, give me a cube. Give me a cube. Proc gen. I don't know. Yodels? No. Is there something? Interpret derivation? Oh my god, what is this? No, I just want some shapes. Okay, give me a can I search type in procgen cube? Cube. There's no cube. Using cube. What is this Cantor cube? I think there's a cube example in learn OpenGL. Okay, maybe there is. OpenGL learn cube. I colored the cube. Drug. Oh my god. Here we go. Ah, there it is. Oh my god. We need to clear off of the F's. Okay. Well. Wait a minute. Oh, it has. Oh my god. This is per triangle. No, I want indices. Oh, this is colors. Oh my god. Okay. Is there indices? Oh my god. It looks great. It looks great. The Z buffer. Oh yeah, of course. It's okay, but this is just with triangles. Like each triangle is. I want indices. Indices. Adding the third. Oh, there it is. Cube. Hey, there we go. Oh, thank you. Beautiful. There it is. There it is. Look, it even works. It even works with the comments. My god. It's perfection. There we go. So, let's draw it. Try append slice. And I'm just gonna say mesh to bind. Did we create it? We did. Everything works. Thank you. There it is. We have the cube. It's beautiful. It's in the corner. Okay. Well, that totally works. Nice. Except that we don't see anything. Zig cube. Okay, they draw non-indexed. Yeah. I remember now, I hated that. Damn, you already wrote the indices manually. Legend. Okay, yes. Cool. So, what do we do next, right? We need to have some kind of a perspective, though. We need to push a matrix into the shader. Oh my god, now I'm remembering when I was making the engine. This is gonna be terrible. But for that, we need some math as well, which is not very good. Okay, one thing I want to do is, okay, let's say that we're drawing git add, git commit, drawing a cube. But it sucks. Okay, cool. So, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I want to actually abstract all this preparation of the engine. So I want to add a new thing, a new struct, and it's just gonna be called public. This is my C# built-in like, how do you say? It's in my fingers, right? Okay, const engine is struct. So I have an engine that is going to do all this stuff for me. They create a window, initialize callbacks. Let's do it like this. I'm gonna have a self, self in it, and it's gonna be pointing into itself. And we're gonna have here, I need a glfw as well, which is import glf mach glfw, and yeah. So also maybe I don't need the allocator because it's short enough. std mem allocator. Of course I need to put this in. Yeah, error callback, I'm gonna need to do that. So we're gonna have a window. Let's move this self window is going to be of type glfw window. And judgmental commits, best commits. Yeah, I am going to have a pointer here, right? Because this creates, no, this actually creates a window, but it creates an optional window. So here is what I'm going to have. It's going to be a window like this. Create a window and defer destroy. It doesn't make any sense because that's going to be in the self dinit. We don't need the defer. And I need a self destroy. And I guess because this was a const, is window always a const? That's the question. Okay, so we do a create. We create a context to the window. And anything else that we should grab? Well, we need a callback. Can I actually grab a callback to a, you know, this is always a nightmare in C++. If you want to grab a callback to a member function, would that actually work if I just put this here? Error callback, and this is a proc address callback. I have no idea. Okay. Well, I guess it works. Yeah, because this is not actually a member function. That's the thing. This is not a member function. This is actually just a scoped. This is just a namespaced function. So hopefully this works. And then I also need to not do this, but do a self window. And hopefully that is it. Right? And then what I can do is I can do an engine. Again, C. So I can spawn an engine like this. And then I can engine in it. Oh, of course it doesn't have an engine. Because a const engine is engine. It's just the file is called the engine as well. Okay, and then when I create the engine, is there a problem somewhere here? Why doesn't... Okay, it does recognize a struct. Okay, so engine... Oh, it's also a const. Okay, so how do I call this now? This is gonna be like underscore engine. Oh no. It's terrible naming. This is like engine file. But yeah, the thing is that I know that in Zig the whole file is a struct. So maybe I could even unwrap this into a struct. It's too many things. Does macglfw give you an object and not a pointer? glfw gives pointer. No, it actually gives you an optional. Create returns, as you can see, an optional window. So the window is a struct, but maybe the window is just a wrapper to a pointer. Is it? What is actually the member? Okay, handle. There it is. You see, the only member is actually the handle, which means that it is it is just a wrapper to the pointer. Do you like the self pattern? No. I don't like it. Yeah, it's one of the things that because at the end I end up making everything into a self, and yeah, like this. And I don't know why the convention is this, with a capital T. Like I mean this, but you use a self. Why is it not a this, like this? Or yeah, I don't know. I just wish that you don't have to do a self, and then that's why I made it into snippets. So now when I make new structs, I simply I have like just do a self like this, and then stuff to make a function, which is it is a bit weird. I don't know. I see. Looks like you don't need Windows to be an optional, since you're unwrapping with or else. You don't have to do self. Just say init data .engine. Const self isn't idiomatic to in Zig. It is useful for a function which returns the type, though. Well, I've seen it everywhere, actually. I've seen it in the... I mean, yeah, you could use I could just use an engine for a self. Like here, instead of self. But, yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Where was I? Okay, I had an engine, and what does it say? Expected... Oh, yeah, of course. I am stupid. Engine... And I do want to init it, but why? Oh, because I didn't pub it. Okay, so this should be a pub. And the init should be a pub. Okay, so now I can init. And I can defer engine dinit. Hopefully that's it. But I can also turn it into engine init, like instead of doing a init on itself. Okay, doesn't matter. I will do it like this for now. Okay, so let's see if it works. Nope, it doesn't work. Use of undeclared identifier window. Window should close. All right, it's just because I'm not using... Yeah, now what I need to do is I need to have an engine-wise way of using a... So I'm going to do a... instead of should close, I want to call it is running, because it makes more sense to me that... Yeah, and now I need the self. So the window... And I'm gonna do... well, I don't need this, but... Should close. Shouldn't it work like this as well? So, return. And of course I need to have a return type. And of course not. Like this. And then instead of using a window, I'm just gonna say here, engine is running. There you go. And of course, oh yeah, by the way, I can move everything into the engine as well. I can use this. I can move clearing, self window, swap buffers, and I can pull events as well at the beginning. So pull events, swap buffers should be at the end though. No? That would make sense. Clear. But swap buffers. Okay, wait a minute. If you do it at the beginning, but it doesn't make sense to do it at the beginning of the frame. Then I don't need another thing, right? Okay, let's try it like this. I just have it like this, and that's all. Missing struct field window. Okay, let's make it null. No fill or member destroy in window. Okay. Yes. Yeah, let's not do optionals, I think. Or no, I want to actually have optionals, because a window should be something that you should be able to close and open no matter if. Yeah, I do actually want to have a window that is not tied directly to the engine. So let's do it like this, but then I'm going to have to, yeah, I am going to have to init. So I'm going to do an if self window and then capture window and do a destroy on the window. Like this. That should work. And then of course here, yeah, this shouldn't work at all, I think, if the window doesn't exist. So let's just unpack it like this in a super dirty way. So this would be a runtime error here. Expected void found. Oh, what the hell? Where is this? Try loads. Ah, yeah, because I'm not returning an error. Okay, so I need to have a try now. Try init. Aha, there is a problem. Unreachable. Oh no. Assertion. Okay, so something is happening that shouldn't be happening. Probably it's part of swap buffers. Wait, I did create a, it's because of the defer. Of course, I'm terminating instantly. I'm an idiot. Yeah, this should be part of dinit. So, destroying the window and terminating here. Okay, any more defers? No. There it is. Okay, it's beautiful. Look, some magical art. Works. Okay. Cool. So I've abstracted the engine completely. I can just create it like this, defer the init, and just push vertices indices. Create a cube. Well, create an allocator that has that will keep my vertices and indices. Have a shader abstraction. Engine is running. Shader bind, mesh bind. That's it. That's my engine. It already is something. Yeah, I think I'm going to slowly end here, and for the next time I need to do all the perspective stuff and create some cubes, and also I am going to need to have some textures as well. Yeah, I am going to need to add like a scene abstraction as well, so that I can push different objects into a scene. And then, yeah, then that comes with transforms, that comes with matrices. Yeah, that's gonna be a wild ride, because that should be the kind of the core of the engine. Okay, so let me see what you've been writing. You don't have to do self, just say init data engine. Yeah, okay. Self this is an idiomatic. Where is everywhere? If you search the lang graph for conself, I think it appears once. I think it has spilled over from Rust. Does the window really need to be an optional? If you init function return an engine, I think you should avoid it. I think I agree. I don't understand when window would need to be null. I think it's more idiomatic to have init like on the mesh. Yeah, return the struct type rather than being defined on the struct anyway, right? Usually, but sometimes you need init to accept a self reference. Oh my god, there's 37 viewers. I just realized. Oh wow. I don't think I've ever had the 37 viewers. Zig is popular, looks like. I don't know. Should I continue a bit? You got raided a while ago. Okay, maybe people are just starting to leave then. Yeah, it was the raid. It was the Zig raid. Must have been that. So yeah, let me just write a little plan first, and then I will see if I want to continue or not. Archive. No, I don't need an archive. This was just a test of a to-do. Draw a triangle. So I've done it. Let's do create abstractions for mesh and shader. Done. Okay. Another thing. Wrap everything into an engine. Done. How wonderful. So professional, just like typing in and then saying everything is done. Okay. So yeah, I've done so many things. I mean, I didn't have anything today from the engine. So this was a complete start. I mean, this is 5 hours, so 5-hour stream of creating an engine from scratch. Okay, so what do I need for the next streams? Stream number 5. I am going to do a... okay, wait, what is happening? Textures, right? I'm going to need to add load textures and bind them. I am going to do... what else is there? well, game objects, right? Game objects and scenes. So a scene is just a container of game objects, sort of. And game objects should have transforms as well. Oh yeah, of course. Transformation matrices. Well, one thing is that I need to find, to make matrices easier, it would be nice to find a matrix, like a math library. I know that Mach has one. So, where is Mach? Mach the engine. This one. I know that it has math inside it. So I don't know if it's actually isolatable. Is if I can just take these files and put it in my project. So yeah, there is a matrix, and it has some very useful functions. That would be nice to have. So yeah, matrices, quaternions, vectors, very useful. Yeah. But yeah, textures don't require the transformation matrices. Oh, one more thing, camera and projection matrices, of course, because you need to combine objects. Oh, that's called a model matrix. Model matrices, projection matrices, and there's also a view matrix, of course. Well, we can just put it in the same one. Model and view matrices. Okay. When you got rated, it was more like 130. Was it? Was there? that's I didn't check on the numbers. What are some cases where you need a self-reference? Not saying they don't exist. Guess just haven't come across one. One is when a struct has a pointer field to the same type as itself. It's fairly rare, but you don't see it. You're still streaming. Yeah, I am still streaming. Do you realize that the person who rated you is the creator of Zig? I know. I heard that somebody said, well, because I posted, because I posted on Zig Discord my stream, and also Slim Seg here told me that if you put a bolt emoji in your title, then it will be promoted. So I guess it was the combination of the two. Okay, so model and view matrices, camera, projection matrices, math library. Yeah, and you just came in here when I was wondering about Mach math, if it is something that I can isolate and use it in my engine, because it's not isolated right now. It's part of it's just a math folder, but it has useful things, like I don't have to recreate matrices myself. Vectors and matrices and some useful things, and quaternions as well. Okay, yeah, so the way that my engine works, by the way, is that my C++ engine, I mean, I have, where is, okay, so here's a mesh. So I have game objects, which are basically, they contain the transform matrix. They have the bounds, and then they have a pointer to a mesh and a pointer to a material. Well, right here I'm using a material base, which is, you know, it heritage, but it's not really needed because it was just for compatibility thing. I actually need to remove this. I need to remove the base. And that's basically it. And then there is like just a render bool, and that's it. These are all the fields. And I don't know why I made this private. I guess because, oh yeah, because you're supposed to use get mesh. But it's actually much nicer to have a pointer to the mesh. So then I go through all the game objects and just render them using the transform, using mesh and the material. And they're all in an array. So I'm not using like ECS or anything, and I'm not planning to use ECS on this project. Just put all of the game objects in a list. Oh yeah, I am planning on putting together a page explaining how to use that as a standalone math library, so to speak. Yeah, the only thing, because I looked into it, I was like, should I use it? And then I saw that it has like it's actually importing Mach through it's somewhere above, which is this. But what is it actually using it for? That's the question. Does it actually use it or not? I don't see any references to Mach dot. Oh, it is just. Oh, it's for testing maybe. Mach testing. Okay, I see. Testing expect. It does, but Zig's later code evaluation, dead code elimination is really good, so you won't only pay the cost of downloading the repository. Everything else would be super lightweight. Okay, so you're saying I can just include the entire Mach thing, the engine, and then just use the math. That's what you're saying? Which is, I mean, fine by me. Oh, look. Oh, such a beautiful cube. Oh, that's my goal. This is hard to achieve goals. Yeah. Okay. So yes, this is for the future. And I don't know. I don't actually feel sleepy right now. So thinking about should I continue. I mean, it's been 5 hours. And I'm neither hungry nor thirsty. I have water. Since there's already so many viewers. Yeah, but I kind of don't want to deal with the matrices because that would be the next fun part. Scene stuff and game objects, that would be relatively easy. Okay, so did I actually okay, I did actually change. I forgot now what I was working on. Oh yeah, I added a cube. Cube. Oh no, it wasn't a cube. What did I actually change? I just fixed all the errors. I think so. Fixed all errors. That's the worst commit message. Okay. Yeah, Zig does lazy analysis, so if you don't use something, it's never even analyzed. Yeah, I know that. I've noticed it. That I've noticed when I make an error in a function that I don't use, and then I finally use it, and it's like, oh wait, you can't even. I mean, I know that it makes the compiler super fast. And I mean, that's why there are tests. So, yes, it's my fault that I don't write tests. Okay, so can I right now use math from Mach? Let's try. Let's try. What if I just add Mach? Oh my god. Okay, what is this? Mach Basisu. What is Basisu? Or basis U. It's an unsigned basis. Okay, there's audio. Free type. Yes, it should be doable just fine. So I should just be able to like just say Mach, like dot Mach, and then give it this commit. Let's try it. Okay, what's the commit? Should I just use it from here, or should I get it from Mach engine? Okay, maybe there is a aha. Serves Mach projects. Is there a list? Is there a list of all the... Ah, there it is. Whoa! So many of them. My god. Okay. But it doesn't actually point me to the link for... It would be nice to just have like all the URLs like this, and then you just copy it and put it in here. Same exact thing, it's just a mirror. Okay, well, yeah, I'm going to use the... I'm gonna use the GitHub link for now. Okay, let's do URL is this dot hash is, yeah, well, we'll see what the hash is. Oh, what mistake did they make? Oh, no, wait. I didn't put a comma here. Yes, that was the problem. Oh, and it's this again. Unsupported content type. Interesting. Okay, anyway. Let's try to build. What does it say? URL. Oh, right. I forgot to put a targs. Okay, let's try now. Expected response status. Okay, so this is a correct error actually. Fetch packages. Am I missing something? Oh, it shouldn't be this. Should it be a commit and then targs? Does this work? Probably not. No. Okay, how does it work? Where is the... now I'm lost. Oh, I've been outputting my Twitch stream all this time. I don't need to look at it. Okay, let's go to Mach. What links does it use? It's all this. Okay, so maybe if I just use Mach, right? Okay, let's do something like this. I'm just gonna do this. Is it going to have the same ones? Okay, it doesn't work again. URL field is missing. Oh no, it does work. It does work. It's just missing a hash, which is perfect. Okay. Mach ECS earcut core model 3D game mode GPU. Oh my god, so many. Here's a Basisu, whatever Basisu is. It is a turbo. Yes, I put it. No, there's some special GitHub turbo. I forget. Just copy the one from Mach Examos repository. Right now, the package manager is smart enough to not download unused dependencies. Yeah, I see. Okay, so how big is my is my whole thing now? Oh, 1.2 gigabytes already. Cool. But I don't know if does it actually create object files of everything? Probably it does, right? Of all the packages. No, okay, it doesn't. So was it just so yeah, it just downloaded, right? That's what it did, and it put it somewhere. Nothing here. So where are actually the files? The package files. Are they here, or are they in the project or somewhere else? Include Vulkan. Okay, probably they're here. My gosh. Home cache zig. Okay, so they are somewhere. They are in the user probably. I mean, yes. Well, you can actually go to it, right? If you say glfw, go to definition. There it is. This is where it is. See users, even app data, local, and stuff like that. On Windows at least. Yeah, this is where the code is. Okay, so let's try to add. Okay, let me make a git commit, git add, right? I only changed the zone. Git commit. Oops. Ah, I hate. By the way, the microphone is in front of me, so that's why I'm making so many mistakes. I don't actually see the keyboard. Git commit. Let's see. Is it added mach package? Okay, so let's see if I can use const math. Oh yeah, of course. Well, I do actually need to add it into the build, no? Somewhere, somehow. But can I actually just use math? Add module. Okay, so how did I do this? Dependency mach glfw. Adding a module. You want to do the same thing as lines 15 to 19, which are these. Yeah. Okay. So, like create a mach dep dependency, and then I create a mach, and the arguments. Yeah, the same thing. Let's just copy this. And then add the module like this. But what? Is that correct? But I also need to. Do I need to link? Okay, so this is a special. This is from Mach itself, from Mach GLFW. Ah, small problem. A small problem. Okay, I'm waiting. um, okay, needs to look like that. Exe add module. Mach import Mach. Okay. Okay, so you have your own thing inside Mach. Dot module. Yeah, it's a bit funky for this use case. Mach dev builder. And then pass the like this. Wait, what is an actual? Okay, this is a module. Ah, this is a. Okay, yeah, it is a module. I see. Yeah, this returns a module. Okay, let's see. Does it make any sense? Okay, it still works. It still builds. That's a good sign. Okay, and now if I try to use Mach, just the math. Mach. Like this. Okay, let's do something. Shader. Okay, let's. I don't know. Ooh, so many types. Okay, vec3. Let's do a position. Math vec3. Scalar x y. Y is this a type? Init. Okay, it does have an init. Why is there only two? Okay, well, I guess you can do it like this as well, no? Does it will it initialize to 0? No. Okay, this is a type. That was a function. Expected type found. Okay, well, missing struct field v. Oh, okay. So the v is a backing vector, no? Like this. Okay, well, maybe like this. Is that going to work? It does. Okay, so let's see. Now it's going to build the whole engine. Oh, it actually didn't. Great. There we go. MathVec 3. Okay. Lowercase is in init helper. Uppercase is the type. Yes, I see. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't want to build some melt code like this. Perfect. That's great. I like it. Yeah, okay. I mean, yes, this is a little bit longer, but I guess you can initialize a vector like this. But yeah, I get it. It's this would be an initializer. But why is it? I'm confused about the two scalars in this. Wait, function init. Oh, I think this is the ZLS is confused or something, right? Because that actually works. Yeah, I think it's showing some init. Yeah, what? It took me to here. Into a vec. That is strange. It only okay. In this case, there are F16 and F64 variants. Okay, and this also works, right? Yes, it does. Nice. Cool. Cool. Okay, so we can do some cool stuff now with the math. Nice. Okay. Let's do the git adds git commit math mach. Okay, let's do it. Math from mach works. Great. Cool. Okay. Mach looks like an impressive project. I wonder why Zig is progressing so much faster here than D and Rust. I don't know. I actually don't know anything about D. What's the selling point of D? Give me an elevator pitch. ZLS can get confused by generic functions. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Yeah, it is giving me a wrong thing, but it's okay. It works. At least it's not giving me like at least it's not saying like, oh, you're not using like you're passing 3 parameters, but it's only 2. That would be annoying if it was just like giving me an error all the time, but it would compile perfectly. Okay, so well, we have these cubes. We have tried position. Tried using this. Okay, what about now? Should I try? Oh, one more thing I didn't think about yet is I need to pass a matrix into a shader. Oh my god, yes. This is where there is like a, you draw a few triangles, but then it's like now there's like a step, a huge cliff that you need to cross, which is like there's so many things connected, because first we need to be able to pass uniforms to a shader. And in my case, that's a shader, right? I only have sources and I have a program number. And yeah, and I need to be able to grab uniforms somehow. And I remember that in my engine, the way I'm doing it is, the way I do it in my engine is there is a special GL thing which can grab. Yeah, I remember, it's super complicated. You can also set uniforms blindly, but there's also a way how to get uniforms. It's called something like fetch uniforms. Yeah, there it is. Fetch uniforms. So Basically, you can ask the shader to give you all the uniforms and all the names, and it's like a really weird way of getting it. Yeah, you get this resource, and then you have to fill up the buffers. Skip the uniforms that are in a block. Remove the null terminator. Oh my god, I remember this. Yeah, and then you get a list of all the uniforms, and that was a way for me to like safely set uniforms, because if the uniform doesn't exist, it crashes, and it tells you like, whoops, you can't set this uniform because it doesn't exist. But you can also blindly set uniforms and hope for the best. Okay, so D is much older than Rust. It's also garbage collected. I mean, Rust is not garbage collected, right? Rust is like, it's much smarter. It doesn't spend time on checking for garbage at runtime, but it does it at it knows exactly where when it needs to garbage collect, basically, through different mechanisms like reference counting and stuff, and the borrow checker, of course. Okay, so let's add a function set matrix, and maybe yeah, let's begin with that. Const, and I'm gonna grab a math import mach.math. Okay, so I'm gonna take in here a set matrix, and I'm gonna have a name here. Whoops, it's a constituent, and the matrix is mat 4x4. It should be okay, mat, yeah, but it's a capital because it's a type. Oh, what am I doing? Matrix. Okay, and then here now we need to do a, what is the name of it? Set matrix, check and get ID. Yeah, this is a macro that I used to check uniform names. GL uniform matrix, gl.uniform matrix. Oh, this is a much different. It's a 4x4, right? I think so. Matrix 4 FV. For FV, yeah, this one. Location. Oh, right. I'm also fetching an ID through this uniform name. Okay, let's do, actually, just let's not do this. Let's do a uniform location, and that's going to be a U32, and uniform location count 1 transpose. What is transpose? Oh, well, I guess it's gl false, and the value itself is going to be the matrix. Is there a pointer? Alright, just take a v and then, is this going to work? Or do I do its first element? Or I need to cast it into a... Oh, of course. Of course. Just like always, I forget the return type. I'm so used to auto in C++. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's see. Shader. Yeah, well, we need to build a camera as well. Ugh. Another thing that I need to create an abstraction of. Okay, let's make a camera. I need to remember how I was doing it. I have... Yeah, let's put it actually below engine because the engine is on top. And the engine is going to have a camera that is... we're just going to do the camera like this. And I'm gonna just initialize by default. Okay, so camera is going to have a projection matrix. Vec4 projection matrix. Okay, well, for the beginning, that's a good beginning. And yeah, this is there an identity? Wait, this is not a matrix. This is a matrix. Okay. Okay, well, let's go with undefined for the beginning. Sorry. Oh, ident. It does have. Okay, let's go for identity. Oh, I'm using not the type again. Oh, there it is. Oh, well. Damn. Okay, this. A little bit confused with damn it. Okay, there it is. There it is. Is this going to work? Can you actually initialize with the... Yeah, it does work because this is just good. Okay. Okay, so how can I create... Let's see. So for now, let me just put it here in the main. Camera projection matrix is math. Do you have projection matrices built in? Where could it be? Ortho. Okay, it has ortho, so it must have perspective as well. No? No? There's no perspective? Yeah, I meant perspective matrix. Okay, there's only an ortho. That's just merging a PR for it right now, just for you. Oh. Okay. It's just because, like, am I the first person who is doing a perspective? No, it's I mean, you're wait, but you do have a test with where was it? Now I'm just switching between random things. Hexopsmach. I did see a cube. There it is. So you must have made a perspective matrix at some point. I keep saying projection matrix, but I mean perspective. Yeah, the examples are using an older math library. I see. Okay. Yeah, this is also if you're just pushing a new update, it would be interesting to test to see how you actually update packages, right? Test updating packages at live. But yeah, let's, I don't know, maybe I can just do an ortho for now. I don't know, what if it's just like this, bottom 0, top 0, let's go with near 0, 0, 1, and far 10,000. Okay, so this is the projection matrix. And the second thing that we want to do is I want to pass a projection matrix into the shader. So, shader compile. While I'm running the shader is bound, and then shader set matrix uniform is 0. Let's do it with a 0. And camera, engine camera, projection matrix, something like this. Okay, so let's see if the shader actually breaks. What does it say? No field or member in engine shader. It's probably because I didn't pub it. No, it is pub. What does it say? Set matrix is not a member function. Yes, because this is not, it doesn't even depend on the program. So I just do this, I guess. Okay. Just merge it so we can update it now. Okay, let's see. Mach. What's the 6 hours ago? Last commit. 2 minutes ago. What is the yellow thing? Some checks haven't completed yet. Oh my god. No, I can't. Wow, this is nice. I've never actually, seen this in progress. Okay, add perspective camera matrix. Okay, so how do I now reuse it? Use the new one. Let's see. I grab a commit, and hopefully it has also uploaded into the other repository, right? Into the Mach engine. Let's check this. Mach. Zig build. Oh, okay. Now I have problems in my code. Expected. Okay, look. Let's first fix my code problems. Then I'm gonna update. Okay, let's see. Let's see what's going on. Expected type C int uniform location. It is the int. Okay, let's just magically, let's just do the magic int cast function. But what is actually, oh, it's an int. The location is an int. Interesting. So it's not an unsigned int. How is that possible? Interesting. Okay, so let's actually put a I32. Okay, so there's a problem here now. Found vec 4. Okay, so how do I get a pointer to the vector? Of course, this is how you would do it in C, C++. how do I turn the... How do I turn it into a slice, into a C slice? This matrix, oh yes, of course, because it is, yeah, it's a matrix. I actually do the exact same thing in my code, in my engine, right? Where is it? Here, 0, 0, like in the C++ engine, right? Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, does not support indexing. Math_vec doesn't support indexing. So I do need to convert it into a C array somehow. Can I? No, there it has a length. .v. That's a bit awkward. Is it like is it a double vector? Okay. That actually worked. Okay, yes, it is a little bit awkward. But okay, I'm gonna abstract all these things anyway. This is only one-time usage. That's why I have a set matrix with a nice interface instead of this. Okay, so yes, I can set matrix to the projection matrix. Well, okay, so it doesn't. There's no errors, obviously, even if the uniform doesn't exist. Okay, let's try adding a uniform. Now I need to remember how it works. I think you just say uniform, right? And then you say mat4. Is it 4 by 4 or 4? And then you say matrix. Okay, projection matrix. I think that I actually called it like this in my engine, just perspective. Okay, let me take a look at my shaders. How am I actually doing it? Resources. Oh, by the way, in Shakedown in the game, all the shaders are actually in the files because I'm not packing them at all. So you can actually totally read the shaders if you're interested. Yeah, I totally forgot to say that when I was showing off my pixelated shader, because I actually have the post-processing effect, the frame buffer effect, because it's already there. And there it is, FP pass, that's the frame buffer. And as you can see, I'm just rounding the color to like 16. Yeah. And I have the vertex and the fragment combined. I differentiate them by just having this hashtag shader, which is a custom thing. And then also I've made like includes, so you can have like this GL includes and then include them into different files. Okay, and how do I do this? Common. Okay, let's see. Common Shakedown. Standard. Yeah, oh yes, I have this scene vertex uniforms, this magical thing that assigns the uniforms. That's huge for modding. Yes. Oh, a friend of mine actually made like a wobbly shader. It was amazing. Well, I don't know if I can. I'm not logged into Twitter. Let's see. Twitter shakedown. Can I do this in Google shakedown game? Okay, it did find me. Just a few more bugs left to fix. It was a very popular tweet, so that's why I think it's somewhere here. But no, it's not here. Shakedown game. Oh no! There's another game. Third-person anime shooter. Which is also called shakedown game. Ah, there, for example, this. You can make this kind of a shader. Right? And then, yeah. Yeah, let me see if... Because a friend of mine made this super weird psychedelic shader. Is it possible to search while you're not... No, it's impossible. Okay, maybe I can search for... what is his name? The guy called Frank, I think. No. Well... but you can find it probably if you look for it. There's actually a mod. Yeah, he actually published it as well. So yeah, too many tweets. Yeah, these are all like my all-time most popular tweets probably. It doesn't really make any sense in how do you say? It's not chronological order at all. Anyway, yes, enough searching. You work on some quite cool stuff. Oh, thanks. Is that per vertex? Yes, it's basically a vertex shader. That was, and also this my friend, he made the funky shader that is like changing perspective when you're like depending on how you look, and it's all done in the vertex shader actually. Okay, so let me look what I'm doing with what is the scene vertex uniforms. Scene vertex there it is. Scene vertex uniforms. Okay, so I have a uniform mat for VPM. Yes. Yeah, I have a P. Let's do a P first. Let's do just a perspective. Okay, and then what am I doing? What am I doing here? I am basically, yeah, I'm converting local to world. And then I'm doing world to clip. And that is being done in Common Glink, local to clip. There it is. So I'm just multiplying everything with the local position. Yeah, local to clip. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna grab this for my engine, for my new engine. And I'm gonna put this. But the thing is that I don't have VNM yet. So I'm just gonna do this. Okay, let's say that VNM is 0. Is this even gonna work? Let's see. Local to clip. Okay, and then the GL position instead is gonna be why is it called APOS? It's weird. Let's just call it POS. Okay, and I'm just gonna say local to clip, and just have a pos, but it should be a vec4, and then have 1. Damn it. Hopefully this works. Let's see what does the, oh, let's see if that works, if that builds. Well, who knows if it works. Actually, but might work, but I don't have. Yeah, by the way, one thing that I don't have is the error layer that I actually used to have in my engine. So in my engine, I have this assert. It's called GL assert. And what it does, it's a bunch of macros that, yeah, it's this thing, glog call. So for everything that you call, it will actually return an error, and then you can get this error. And then I could also put a line, because that's in macros you can get a line. I guess you can do the same thing with Zig without macros. But yeah, that was a quite handy thing, because then I could just wrap everything into GL call, and it will output all the errors. Hello, bread not dead, soup. Okay, so I have no idea if this works or not, right? Okay, so I am passing p. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's, instead of passing a matrix, okay, let me do something a bit different. I'm gonna pass a vector. I'm gonna call it offset or something like that. And I'm just gonna take the thing that I already had here. Okay, I shouldn't have done it like this. Okay, I have a position, but okay, I'm going to offset position with offset, yes. And instead of passing a matrix, I'm going to create a new thing that's called set vector. Pub fn set vec3 uniform location i32. And I'm going to have a vector math vec3, a capital vec3, please. Okay, and then I'm going to have a GL uniform vec 3. Oh, it's called the 3f, probably. 3fv. What's the difference between f and 3fv? Okay, which one am I actually using in my shader code? Shader CPP. Set vector. Oh, I am using GL uniform 4f. Okay, without the v. What's the difference between v and f? I like how you say pub. Okay. So this is gonna be without a v, I guess. So location. It's going to be this, and then the count float. GL float. What? Oh, it is actually. Oh, I see. You can pass it as individual floats. Is that the difference between the FV and the... Yes, that's the difference. So in this case, I can actually pass it as a, not as individual floats, but as a vector. Like this. Interesting. In my case, I'm just passing them individually. Maybe that gets optimized. I mean, who knows? If this fails, you're trying to set vector 2 or vector 3 uniform in shader. Should be vector 4. Yeah, I remember I had this errors so many times. That's why I made a set vec 3. Yep, you've got it right. V takes pointers. Okay, so set vec. Yeah, let me, instead of matrix, let's do a shader set vec, and I'm gonna set a let's do something that changes every time. Okay, let's create a new one. Motion. The stupid name, but math vec 3. Let's initialize with zeros, and I'm gonna pass motion. Can't write. But I'm gonna say that motion x. Can you actually do x? Oh, it's actually a function. Is that this change the x if I put it here? It has a sin as well. I can use a sin as well, like this. Time. Okay. Do I have time somehow? I don't. That would be great to have. Let's just add some time, random time, like okay, time plus equals. Oh yeah, by the way, there is a glfw gets time. Oh, it does have time. Okay, I forgot about this, but I think glfw gets time. It is a 64-bit, but I think I need to. Okay. Can I do this? Let's see. Motion. No. Expected 0 arguments. Found 1. Okay. Let's just take V and then 0 and then this. Okay. There we go. Oh. Expected F32. Okay, let's do a float cast. Let's see. Okay, so because I'm having, I am casting, basically this offset should be added to the position, hopefully. I hope that I can actually edit the position and I don't need to set it to some other value. We'll see. I'm just trying to see if vectors, if setting vectors works in the shader. Function declared here. What does it say? Expected 3 arguments, found 2. Oh. Okay, the size. The size? Size of what? Oh, the size of the number. The number of vectors you're saying. Yeah, because it can be also an array. Okay, now this is a problem. Type vector does not support indexing. Yeah, because it's a v. There we go. It's. I think the shader is broken. Okay, so definitely doesn't work. What have I done? What have I done? I don't have any. Yeah, this is the problem when you don't have any error handling. That's definitely one of the things that I need to add. Yes, in this future thing. OpenGL error handling. Okay. Maybe I don't need this for now. Let's just do this. Let's see if this is. Okay, it shouldn't actually rebuild. Obviously, there's something wrong. Starting to get sleepy. Okay, so maybe it doesn't allow. Position. Do I need to specify layout locations? Scene vertex uniforms. No, I don't have to specify locations. Okay, maybe it doesn't allow me to. So I'm just gonna create a new one. And yeah, let's call it outpost. I don't know. Let's just call it P. And it's gonna be post plus offsets. And then I'm gonna just set the P. I don't know why it's actually rebuilding the whole thing, even though. Oh, there it is. Hey, we have motion. So setting uniforms works. Cool. Nice. Okay, we made a 2D game. Woohoo. Okay, so yeah, matrices definitely work as well. It's just that they were not. Probably it's just completely because the model matrix is basically 0, right? Okay. So ship it. Yeah, it's done. The engine is complete. And it's much better than Unity already. You know, it doesn't have a runtime fee, so. I should also create the repository, by the way, which I didn't do. Okay, let's make a new repository. Your repositories, create a new one. New. Zig down. It's gonna be public. I'm gonna just copy this. Git. Oh wait, what was the add origin? Git remote. Zig down. Okay, and then git push origin to master, because I think it was by default it's master. There it is. Okay, you can now peek into my code as well. There it is. Beautiful. Source, it only has engine, and it looks nicer in on GitHub than it does on main. Than it does on my PC. Oh, the cube takes half of the main. Okay, anyway. Okay, let's see what we're doing here, right? What's the problem with the matrix? Let's keep the offset, and I'm going to add a new mat4 p matrix. Or maybe I should add all of them at once. PVM. I don't know. Does actually just having a perspective matrix? Yeah, you know, maybe it's the perspective matrix was wrong because I was just trying to yeah, because it was too small. Perhaps. We'll see. Okay, so yeah, let's do like this, p by pos, and then plus offset. Okay, so if you don't set a p, it's going to be completely wrong. Engine, compile. Where was I? Yes, set matrix. Okay, let's set matrix as well in the main. Shader set matrix. It's going to be uniform 1, and the matrix is going to be camera, the engine camera projection matrix. And let's extend it a bit. -1, and yeah, what if I put it to -100? Is this going to work? There it is. Oh no, it's actually broken. The shader is broken. I keep forgetting that white means shader is broken. Okay. So what am I doing wrong? Why doesn't it work? Ah, I know, because it's a vector. This is a vector 3. And okay, let's do it later. Let's do vector 4. Okay, this is where I should do it. There it is. So it does work. What if I pass something bigger, -5, into the ortho? Oh, there it is. Yes, clearly matrices work, because our ortho is now much bigger. So yeah, if I just increase it, I'm gonna see more. So it's basically like extending the view of the 2D camera. There it is. Yeah, so it's like I'm increasing the size. It's like zooming out on a map, right? That's what I'm doing by increasing the... Cool. So that works, kind of, but it's not an ortho. Okay, let's update the Mach. as I said, let's go to Mach. Okay, let me also first okay, so Mach, where's Mach? Let's see. 35 minutes ago already. Oh my god, time passes so fast. Okay, yeah. Let's replace this with this. And then let's see what happens if I try to build. Oh, it actually built fine. Interesting. So even if I replaced it, the hash didn't say anything. Interesting. So it's like it doesn't actually check hash. Okay, there it is. Is it now a different hash? It is a different hash. Yeah, you can see it. It's finishes in 6F. Okay. So you do have to, it's kind of like a log file, right? You need to remove the hash to be able to like update. It is a bit weird though. Okay. So did this update the package? I have no idea. Let's see if ZLS says that projection exists. Mat for the wrong one. Mat 4x4. Perspective doesn't exist. Is it maybe because it's like caching? I don't know. Bug. It only checks the hash if it isn't already downloaded. What do you think is do you think it's a ZLS bug, or do you think it's a okay, let's try to just replace it with what's the name of it? Perspective? Perspective doesn't exist, obviously. The expected 4 arguments found 6. So yes, it does exist. So that's a ZLS bug. What if I just restart? Loading. Let's see. ZLS might work now, but that you ran Zig build. There it is. Okay, so yes, I just needed to restart for ZLS to start working. Okay, there it is. Nice. Nice comments, by the way. Very useful. Aspect. Oh, right. I need to calculate the aspect ratio as well from width and height. Okay. Well, for the beginning, let's do I don't know, let's do like a 90. What is this? Depth. Okay. So yes, at the near clipping plane, something like that. Cool. There's nothing. Is it that tiny? No, I don't know. Wait. Oh, aspect ratio. This is not this is like, okay, it's not. I thought it was. I thought it was a FOV X, but no, this is a FOV Y, and this is a, yeah. I'm dumb. Yeah. Okay. Well, I still don't see anything. Maybe. In the Y direction. The field of view angle in the view. The question is, oh, in radians. That's why. Yeah. Okay. Does math have radians? Okay. Cool. Radians. Degrees to radians. Degrees to radians. 90. Okay. What? Mahmet is opinionated. Okay. It's the first thing. Such a huge capital letters, like some kind of an article in Ars Technica. Mahmet is opinionated. Expected 2 arguments, found 1. Oh, it takes 2 arguments. Oh, a type. I guess F32. Still nothing, I guess. Yeah, I think I need to move the camera a bit back. So, I will need to have a view matrix now. So let's add a view matrix. Probably because it's what if I put a minus? Is that going to actually work? That would be weird. Oh, it does work. There we go. Hey, look. 3D. We have 3D. It's everything works. Ship it. This is shippable. This is shippable. Negative clip space. It's a great band name though. Negative clip space. It's also a good name for a game. Maybe that should be the first one. Okay, the good thing is that this works. Try -1, 0, 1. I mean, you mean like this? -1 plus 0, 1. What do you mean? Like for a near? I don't understand. No. For a near. For a near plane only. I think that would be right. Yeah, but I see that it already works, which is good. So I can proceed on to the next thing. I don't want to waste time. Okay, git add all, git commit updated Mach for perspective, which works. Okay. There we go. Projection matrix works. Okay, let's do a view matrix now. So the camera also has, of course, a view matrix, which is basically the position of the camera. It's also 4, and I'm gonna go with a ident as well, just initializing it. Okay, engine, camera, view matrix. Well, the view matrix. How do I actually form a view matrix? I think it's just a position, right? and of course rotation. But can I create? Is there a TRS matrix? Scale. Ah, yes, translate. So wait, you have two translate functions. Transpose. Translation. Okay, let's move it back. So I'm gonna put it to 0, 1, minus 10. Something like this. Fair enough. Okay, I see. You were like just offset slightly the near plane. Okay, well, I don't want to do that. Okay. I think this should work. View matrix. Okay, and then I need to set the shader set matrix. Let's do it to engine camera view matrix. Okay, and finally there is a model matrix, but right now it's gonna be 0. So let's see. Build vertex. We're gonna add a new uniform, mat4. I'm gonna call it V, and that adds here. Is it, which one comes first? I need to remember. Where is my shader? Where is my shader? Shader. Wait, what do I actually need? Ah, yes, I don't need this. I need to look into my shaders. Okay, PVM. That's the... And I already had it in the shader. Yeah, there it is. Okay, let me just put it as a comment, just so that I remember what's the right. So yes, P by V, and finally we're gonna have M, but M is nothing. Okay. Let's see. Common. No, it's this one. Okay. Okay. Okay, so maybe it's OpenGL, so it's like it's for me like backwards means forwards, right? Or forwards means backwards. You never know. OpenGL is weird. So instead, I'm gonna try to translate it forward. Still nothing. Be right back. Okay, maybe it's the height that I put it at. Okay. Okay, instead of that, let's make a const cam offset. Let's call it like this. And I'm gonna make that into a translate. Maybe it's because of the identity. Okay, I'm gonna multiply, I guess. Math mul. No, how do you multiply shaders? Sorry, a mul. Oh, there it is. With another matrix. Cam offset. No, it's maybe it is translate. 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 Translation. What's the difference between translate and translation? Wait. How am I doing this translate? Okay, so maybe I should do a vector 3. Okay, I'm a bit... Is this a self or not? This is not a self. Okay. So how do I take one and then offset? Transpose. How do you multiply? Translate scalar. Aha, there are some tests. Okay, so yes, you don't use it on a self. Testing expect translation, perspective. Okay. Translate scalar. So how do I take one matrix and multiply with another? Constructs a 3 by 3. Okay, you do a mul. Of course. It makes sense. Okay, so no, I'm gonna return to this one, but I'm gonna take, oh yeah, there it is. Oh, I see, but it was not, yeah, I am a bit confused between like static functions. Foo mul bar. Wait a minute. So mul does take a self. Does it? Ah, I see. Yeah, because I'm looking at self, but no, it's actually the first. If the first element is itself, then okay, yes, it makes sense. Then it is a self, but it's just called the same matrix. Okay. Cam offset. Okay, like this. And what does it say? Found matrix translate expected type. Okay, a pointer. Yeah, it should be a pointer. If the first argument matches itself, then foobar syntax works. It's just syntax trigger, yeah. But here's the question: why is it a pointer? Isn't it that in Zig it will like predict if it should take it as a reference? If it's a constant, then it should predict if it takes like if it should copy it or take it as a reference. If it's mutable by default. At least that's what the documentation said. In debug build specifically, it is like 8 times faster to use a pointer. I see. Interesting. In release builds, there is no difference. We just do it so debug builds are faster. Yeah. Cool. Okay, let's try it now. Yeah, nothing. Okay. How do I do this? How do I do this in a smarter way? Okay, well, here is a little bit. Okay, maybe I can like modify the view matrix a bit. Okay, let's do the same thing as I did before, like by having a minus, and just see what happens. By the way, did I pass the view matrix? I did. It would be nice to like bring in some GUI now. Oh, there is something happening. Okay, what if I now move the translate a little further, further sideways. I think the perspective matrix argument 001 is wrong. WebGPU uses clip space. Okay, there it is. So obviously it works. The cube is weird. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's add some input. Can I... okay, let's see. GLFW... How do keys work? I need to remember. If it's something with events. So you poll events. Okay, I need to remember. GLFW events. Key pressed. Input guide. Okay, poll events, wait events, keyboard input. Key callback. I don't want to use key callbacks. Can I just check? Without callbacks. GLFW get scan code. Get scan code. Okay, it's not here. Is it somewhere else? Okay, so you say that the perspective matrix argument 001 is wrong. WebGPU uses clip space of 0 to 1. OpenGL uses -1 to +1, so you need to subtract 1 from both parameters, I think. Are you sure? Because in my engine I'm using like 001 for a near plane. Actually, let me check. Yeah, near plane is 01. So then I create a perspective matrix from that. Look at, whoops, camera. Set projection. Update projection. Yeah, I just take the near plane and then do a perspective. Yeah, because the implementation of perspective matrix is different. Ours matches WebGPU. Ah, I see. So this is like not real OpenGL. Okay, so as you said, it should be -1 plus 0.1. Okay, let's do something like this. And then for the far plane, I guess it can be any number. Okay, cam offset. Significantly high number. Okay, so where is the GLFW input? What does the GLFW say? Zigified structs get key. Window get key. Oh, it's in the window. So engine window. Yeah. Key get key. What does key do? Apostrophe. Okay, let's do a W. It's an action. Returns the last reported press state of a keyboard for the specified window. For a specified key, I guess. Returns the last press state, specified key. State is one of true or false. Aha, okay. So if this is, can I do this? Action, press. Something like this, but I want to get it while it is pressed. Okay. When we get key dot. Oh yeah, you can also infer the key like this. That's cool. I mean, it's a shortening, and this can also be press like this, right? Hopefully. Okay, so I want to actually move the matrix. So let's say that this is var cam offset, and this is gonna be, yeah, I'm gonna redo the view matrix every time, and I'm going to say then cam offset dot v. Is there a way to make the x just move the x in a nicer way, because I have to do the V0. Plus equals 1, something like that, maybe. Okay, so this is only going to happen on press. Yeah, you got it. Or repeat. Incompatible types. Oh, because this is a matrix. Okay, let's not do the matrix. Let's make the cam offset a vec3. Like this. And then the matrix is gonna come in here. Matrix. Okay, there it is. What is going on here? Incompatible types. No, this is something wrong. Yeah, everything is fine. Okay, let's try. Let's try if I can actually move my camera. Oh, and I think that's gonna be it for me today. Oh, the shader is completely broken. Nice. Okay, what am I doing? Why is it suddenly broken? I didn't change anything in the shader. What the hell? What have I done? Oh no. Okay, let's go back until it worked. Okay. Was it here? No, it was even before. I was looking for... Okay, there it is. Okay, let's try this. Is the offset different? Yeah, this is where I had this. Okay, let's at least get... Whoops, hoi. Git add... Okay. Moving stuff on screen. Okay, so what happened in between? What did I do? I added key inputs, and I also made this, so I changed this thing. Could this be a problem? Why doesn't redo work? Oh shit. Did I accidentally now? Okay, well, I have to re-implement everything. Okay, it looks like I accidentally pressed something and now redo doesn't work. Cool. Okay, so let's see if this actually works when I added the -1 + 0, 1. At least I know how it's done. Oh yeah, so maybe that's the problem. Why? But why? What? Okay, wait. What the hell? I definitely didn't make anything here. Shader bind. Hey. Did I accidentally remove shader bind? I think I did. Yes. Yes, I accidentally removed shader bind. Okay, so it's not, don't worry, it's not your problem, it's my problem. Okay, so yes, I accidentally removed binding. Shader bind. There you go. Okay. If window engine window unpack get key dot w equals engine, no, what was it? glf w key, no, action press, then move chem offset, yeah, which was a var, and I made it into a const chem offset matrix, which is this, and then use a chem offset here. Chem offset is instead vector 3, and by default, oh shit, what was it? I think it was 4. Okay, let's make it 0. I don't know. What was it? It was 10. Okay. Okay, something like this, and then I use matrix instead, and I can move this into update. And instead of this, I can say chem offset dot v plus equals 1. Classic OpenGL. Okay, so when I press W, oh, I moved a lot, looks like it. Okay, well, I do actually want to not change X, I want to change Z. Let's see. Oh, press is actually keep pressed. Or is it? Yeah, it is. It's not on pressed. Interesting. I thought the action was I thought it was like single press. Okay. Then release means all the time while it's released, right? Okay. So, yeah, let's add else if engine window get key dot s action press okay, so that I can move forward and backwards. There we go. But it's the other way around. Look at that. It's like 3D. Oh, and I think my cube is completely wrong. I think I'm generating vertices. Yeah, they're incorrect vertices. So there's a triangle in the cube. Okay. Let's go backwards and forwards as well. Const float speed. Oh, float. Okay, I need to get used to not to not think in C++. It's very hard. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna offset by speed. Let's make it slower. And then I can, okay, it would be nice to wrap this into a function. Let's try to use it in a engine. Okay, I'm gonna add fn self running, no, wait, key pressed. Yeah, let's call it like that. And I'm gonna return it's gonna be a self window. Get key, and I'm gonna pass a key in. glfw key. That's gonna be key. And yeah, no ifs, just return this. Okay, so that I don't need to write everything like this. I can just say engine key. Oh yeah, it's not pub. Key pressed dot w. Nice. Else if key pressed s. There we go. Works. But I should invert. This is forward, this is backwards. Okay, and let's do sideways. Engine key pressed. Dot A cam offsets x plus equals speed, and else if engine key pressed dot d plus equals minus equals speed. Okay, so that will allow me to move the camera around. There it is. Now it's a first person. Oh, and items disappear because the near plane is too shallow. Yeah, you can see that the cube is completely wrong. Nice. Yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Okay. Well, the third thing that we of course need to add is the model matrix, which is per object. But yeah, it would be nice to, okay, that's for the next stream. I'm going to do add things, add Also, so that I don't need to grab it with numbers. It would be great. It would be great to be able to compile shaders on compile time and just embed them into the code and everything. Yeah, but not with OpenGL. I don't think it's possible with OpenGL. And then get at compile time, get the handles, so that I can just use strings and not think about like what exactly, like this, and not have any over. Yeah. But yeah, maybe like. Yeah, other things like Vulkan or DirectX 12 can do that, I think. Anyway, it's not really necessary for my little engine. There it is. So, 6 hours. Oh my god, 7 hours. 10 seconds to 7 hours. 7 hours of streaming. My god. Too much. Too much, but there. I already have an engine. I already have something. Okay. Well, I do need to abstract stuff. I need to abstract the matrices, and yeah, I have this projection matrix now. Nice stream. Yeah. Yeah, I should init the camera in the when I'm initting the engine for sure, so that I don't need to put the perspective matrix here. Engine init, okay, create everything, load. Yeah, let's do it here. So self camera projection matrix. There we go. Well, it's not great. I still don't fully understand the inverted near plane. It feels weird. What if I do a -100? Okay, I can move this cam offset to the end just before. Yeah, -100 doesn't make any sense either. So if it is -1, okay, so making this number tiny would make the near plane closer. Ah, well, I don't think that it changes anything. What? Wait a minute. The near plane is like approaching from the other side as I'm moving forward and backwards. Okay, there's something weird. OpenGL expects -1 to +1. Not inverted, just one unit further than you expect. Translates units into 0 to 1 space. Like as I approach the cube, it's like disappearing from the other side. Okay, so what happens if I increase it? Okay, let's do... Here, I'm gonna add all this. I'm gonna not just edit matrices directly. Instead, I'm gonna add this as properties. So near plane and yeah, and I'm gonna have a then update matrix, update perspective matrix, or no, update projection matrix. And of course there's gonna be a... Yeah, this is gonna be it. I'm gonna move this into a self, and instead of this I'm going to pass it. Okay, so we have a FOV. Yeah, it doesn't need to be 90, maybe 75 by default. So self FOV. And this is not camera, this is just projection matrix. And then this is the near plane self far plane. And this is the aspect ratio. Oh, and the format actually automatically. Okay. Does this work? Can you actually put a comma even if nothing is happening afterwards? Tuple declaration cannot contain the what? Cannot contain declarations. Maybe it's just confused with this. Okay. So instead of this, I'm gonna do a self camera update projection matrix. And it shouldn't ask me for a self. What am I missing here? Ah, I'm missing a self. That's the problem. Okay, let's add the camera here. There it is. So if I put a comma at the end, is format gonna work? Still says this weird. Okay, let's see. Let's see what does compiler say. Tuple declarations cannot contain declarations. Projection matrix. Wait a minute, why did it work? Aspiration is missing a type. Oh. Is that it? So it thinks it's a tuple. Because of this? Yeah. That's a weird error. It's, it should say like it should say what you have said. Aspect ratio is missing a type, and not like what? Tuple declarations cannot contain declarations. And it was actually pointing at the first member. It was pointing at the projection matrix. And this first function. Okay, yes. This was the problem. Okay, so now I'm just gonna call here projection matrix. Yeah, I wanted to update it. So let's see if nothing has changed. I agree that error message needs some work. Maybe file an issue for that if you don't find an existing issue. Yeah, maybe I should. Okay, so now I can change. Yeah, what I wanted to do this is I can change the perspective near plane with the key. C, let's do a C. Engine camera near plane plus equals 001. Let's try it like this. Else something like this. C, and let's use C and X. Near plane minus. Okay, and then for each of these I'm going to also update projection matrix. Oh, what happened? Okay, there it goes. There we go. And that's gonna be it. I'm gonna finish here. So the near plane goes backwards and forwards. It's weird. It's almost like as if I'm... It feels like it shouldn't change. Okay, anyway. I'll look into the normalized projection matrix near plane some other time. But yeah, what I was actually expecting is that the near plane is like offset from the camera position, right? Instead of a 0 or a -1 to 1. It could actually be a bug if I'll review the code more closely. OpenGL perspective. Yeah, so this is it. This is what I'm talking about. Because I thought that the near plane, the offset, basically what near is like a distance from the camera to the plane, and then the far is from the camera to the far plane. That's what I would expect. But how would actually like a normalized one work? But you see, this one is like bottom left, top right. So it's different styles of creating a frustum, I guess. Field of view and image aspect ratio. There is orthographic. Near plane, yeah. Create a large frustum that defines the visible space. Yeah, like it uses an example of 0.1 to 100 as near and far. Near and far have z values. Yeah, what I'm actually confused about is that when I change the value, right? I'm now standing still. Okay, I'm standing still. And I'm changing the far plane, and it actually changes like the field of view actually, right? But it also feels like it's changing the where I'm standing as well. So it shouldn't. It should like only the things should only appear and disappear. That's what I'm confused about. But I see. So if this is normalized, I don't know. I can't think anymore. I'm gonna think tomorrow. Okay, I think that's enough. I have done pretty much a lot of things today. I even made a camera. I even made the difficult stuff, which is uniforms and cameras. But it would be nice to be able to fetch uniforms from the shader and not have to do 0, 1, 2. So that's for the future. Let me add everything. Camera perspective near far ratio FOV in camera. Camera now. Okay. And let me push that. And I think that's... I still have this weird cube. Okay, let's find the correct cube actually. Where did I steal the cube from? There it is. Okay, so the vertices are this. Front and back. Yeah, so it goes front and back and not like down to up as I did. So this should be correct. Cool stream, thanks. Oh, there it is. There is a perfect cube. Look at that. But now the triangle has disappeared. The triangle is somewhere on the sides. Yeah, but yeah, I would need to add now the model matrix as well. To be able to move the cube and everything. Okay, and hopefully tomorrow I can add some textures and put textures on cubes and have them rotate a bit. I don't know, something like that. It would be nice to have a... Is there a GLFW? Sorry, GLFW. Is there a... What's the name of it? What's the format? GLTF. Yeah, GLTF. Is there a GLTF zig? Oh, look, somebody made the GLTF zig. Nice. Oh, this is 3 years ago, but maybe it's gonna work. I don't know. It says JSON zig. I think JSON is now in the standard library. GLTF. Cool. Yeah, maybe nothing of this works. So yeah. Cool. Okay, I'll look at it another time. Next time. Okay, probably tomorrow, no, but probably on Sunday I'm going to continue streaming. This was fun. Yeah. 7 hours of streaming. And you know, I've made some progress, which is amazing, from scratch. But yeah, it helps when you already know how to make an OpenGL thing. So yeah, nice. There we have a thing that doesn't rotate. And a little cube that moves left and right in a sine wave. Okay, cool stream, thanks. Nice to see somebody using Mach. I've been thinking about trying it out soon. I mean, I'm basically using the OpenGL stuff, GLFW, and the math now. So not the engine, but yeah, it would be nice to use it for another thing. Cool. Okay, and where is my engine? Yeah. Oh my God, I actually wrote quite a lot of code. 200 lines, and then another like 150, and then the shaders as well. So I have the engine, the camera, the mesh, and the shader. Cool. Oh yeah, by the way, one more thing. I said model and view matrices, but I've actually done them for this stream. So let's move them up. Camera and projection matrices, done. Okay, so what's left to do is model matrix. Model matrices, and then game objects, basically, because I'm gonna embed model matrices in game objects. And then textures. Math library, I did that as well. Done. OpenGL error handling. Yes, that's something that's an open-ended question. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, and also uniforms. Uniforms. Get uniforms to be able to check if they exist. Oh yeah, to be able to set them by name. Fetch. Okay, there it is. Instead by uniform number. Okay. Cool. So, stuff to do, and I've done a lot of things. See you next time. Hope you enjoyed. Is that To Do extension? Looks like, yeah, it's called To Do Plus. To Do Plus. Look for it, and it's nice because you can Alt D. I was actually talking about it already on the stream. Okay. You gotta fix the camera matrix still, right? Yes, I do want to make the near and far plane more logical, like so that you do instead of the normalized thing, so that it takes like 0 to, you know, from the distance from camera to infinity. Okay. Yeah, that's it. I'll never finish. I'll never end the stream. So I'm ending it here. Okay, bye. See you.